Hello, good morning, esteemed guests, architects, students, and fellow researchers. My name is Zana Beja. As an architect and lecturer myself, it is a great honor for me to open this significant event, the third international conference, RIXArch, organized by RIXArch Faculty of Architecture. This year's theme, Light Matters, is particularly meaningful, as light is not just an element of design, it is the very essence of architecture. It defines surroundings, spaces, creates atmospheres, and influences how we experience space. Light gives depth to the structures, brings materials to the life, and transforms statics into dynamics, experiences that shifts with the passing hours. Nordic architects have long mastered the delicate balance between natural and artificial light, using it to shape spaces that are both functional and poetic. Their innovations continue to inspire the way we think about architecture, sustainability, and human-centered design. We can witness this profound impact of light here, right here in this building, the Latvian National Library, designed by Gunnar Birkerts. Often, this building is called Castle of Light, and it is a powerful symbol of knowledge and enlightenment and the progress. With this in mind, I now have the pleasure of inviting several distinguished speakers to share their opening remarks, officially inaugurating this conference. And as the first one, I invite to the stage Dagnija Baltiņa, Director of National Library of Latvia. Please.
Labrīt, cienītie klātsošie, good morning, esteemed guests, cienītie ministre, arhitekti, dāmas un kungi, laipni lūgt Latvijas Nacionālā bibliotekā. Es domāju, ka piekritīsiet man, ka šodienas pasaulē bibliotekas jau nav vairs tikai par grāmatām un lasītavām un grāmatu krāšanu un glabāšanu, kaut gan tie ir ļoti nopietni argumenti. Bet tās ir arī kopienu centri, kultūrvietas, man jāsaka, gan izvēl noteicošās intelektuālās domas vadītājus un ideju laboratorijas. Un nenoliedzami šeit dominē gan brīva un pārbaudīta informācija, gan sarunas, kultūra un prasme un zinātkāre, gan arī tā ir vieta, drošs pamats, kur attīstīties sabiedrības kritiskās domāšanas prasmēm, mediju pratībai, informāciju pratībai un jebkurai citai labai pārdomātai paradumu evolūcijai digitālajā pasaulē. Pateicoties liela arhitekta radītai ikoniskajai ēkai, kurā mēs šobrīd arī atrodamies, mēs arī jūtam, ka Latvijas Nacionālā biblioteka ir spējusi izvirzīt sev jaunas, jaudīgas ambīcijas. Mēs skaidrojam un izceļam nacionālās kultūras, vēstures, atmiņas, mantojuma, lasīšanas, grāmatniecības, kritiskās domāšanas un atkal sarunu kultūras nozīmi, jēgu, vietu tieši Latvijas valstiskumam, Latvijas attīstībai, Latvijas sabiedrības izaugsmai, izdomai, inovācijām un labklājībai. Jo gal galā mēs esam tie, caur kuriem izstarojot šim no gaismas pils tālāk ejot gaismas tīklam, mēs veidojam un piedalāmies veidojot Latvijas sabiedrību. Spēks, ko līdz ar šo ēku nes arī Latvijas Nacionālā biblioteka, ir tiešām par bibliotekas misiju. Vairot zināšanas, vairot zinātkāri, izcelt savstarpējos saskarsmes un atbalsta kultūru, ieinteresētību vienam otra veiksmēs un izdošanās. Un šī konference ir atkal vēl viens paraugs tam, kā mēs patiešām spējam iemiesot to, kam mēs ticam, ka kopdarbībā mēs varam celt gan zināšanas, gan iedrošināt viens otru, gan arī izmantot to bāzi, kas ir no iepriekšējām paaudzēm, uz kuras pakāpties tālākam darbam. Un mēs priecājamies, ka šis arī veido sabiedrībā stabilus paradums lasīt un sevi paust un ierakstīt šodienas un nākotnes pasaulē. Tā bagātīgi, lepni un ļoti pašapzinīgi. Tāpēc trāpīgi, bet arī ļoti izvēlīgi šogad, kad arhitektam Gunnaram Birkertam ir 100 gadi, tā sakrīt arī ar latviešu grāmatas 500 gadi. Tā ir 500 gadi, kopš ir izdota pirmā grāmata latviešu valodā, kas ir būtisks faktors, lai Latvijā arī būtu bibliotekas un lai varētu tapt šī brīnišķīgā gaismas pils. Un tas ir brīnumaini un man jāsaka ļoti trāpīgi, ka tieši šogad mēs arī runājam par gaismu arhitektūrā šīs konferences ietveros. Jo gaisma ir vairāk kā ankurojums, kā apgalvojums, kā pārliecība, kā vēstījums par to, uz ko Latvijas sabiedrība ir spējīga un par to, kur mēs virzamies un kas ir mūsu stiprā klīns. Un nevelti arī Birkertam, būvējot šo biblioteku un arī citas bibliotekas, gaisma ir bijis viens no izšķirošajiem elementiem. Līdz ar to konferences vadmotīvs ir gaisma, tās svars vai tiekšanās pēc zināšanām nav mainījies vai mazinājies un tikai un vienīgi pieaug. Un man ir prieks, ka mēs liekam krustu šķērsu un saviem vienā stāstā par Birkerta mantojumu runājot arī grāmatas mantojumu, grāmatas lasīšanas kultūru zem vienojošā elementa gaisma. Man ir patiesi prieks visiem konferences dalībniekiem, organizētājiem, atbalstītājiem un arī prieks par to, ka mēs šeit varam pulcēt tik plašu dombiedru loku. Honorable guests, welcome at the National Library. I will very shortly summarize my speech in English as well. The Castle of Light is how we call this marvelous heritage site we are currently at. Yet it is not actually really a castle, as you say, but actually a very vivid, warm and energetic cultural space, a library. And as you will see over your conference, this is the place where actually light delves and dances and really inspires and serves as a setting for take-off in depth for knowledge. So it's welcome to you all, and I thank all our partners and cooperation and supporters for making this conference possible and also for making it possible to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Gunnar Birkerts. And it's my pleasure now to give floor to the Minister of Culture and a dear friend and supporter of the National Library, and also a great supporter for the 500th anniversary of the first book in Latvian. Agnes Lūdzu, vārds tev.
Labrīt, cienījamie klātesošie, cienījamie arhitektūras jomas pārstāvji. 2025. gads, kā jau tika minēts, Latvijas kultūra telpā un arī Latvijas Nacionālajā bibliotēkā ir īpašs. Mēs nevien atzīmējam latviešu grāmatniecības 500 gadi, bet arī šīs gaismas pils autora, arhitekta Gunnara Birkerta 100 gadi. Un abiem latviešu kultūrai nozīmīgiem notikumiem ir izteikta saistība ar gaismu, ar apgaismību un šī jēdziena izpratne tādā plašākā tvērumā, arī tajā skaitā konkrētās arhitektūras kategorijās. Gunnars Birkerts Latvijas Nacionālās bibliotēkas veidolā ir radījis telpisko ietvaru grāmatai, ikoniska un ekspresīva stikla kalna formā, kas, protams, mūsu tautai nozīmē tādu mītisku tiekšanos pēc kā augstāk, stiprāk, pēc gaismas. Viņa darbs ir veltīts dzīves vides kvalitātei un sabiedrības interesēm no pārliecināta modernista un izcila savā arodu meistara pozīcijas. Mēs viņa radošo devumu esam ierakstījuši Latvijas kultūras kanonā, un viņš ir un paliks viens no lielajiem Latvijas kultūras vēstnešiem pasaulē. Viņš, tāpat kā daudzi no šeit klātesošajiem, ir tā gaisma, kura nes Latvijas vārdu pasaulē, un ir tā gaisma, kas stiprina mūsu kultūru, un arhitektūras jomas pārstāvi savā ikdienā dara tieši to. Kā pirms vairākiem gadiem teica Gunāra dēls, esejists un literatūra kritiķis Svens Birkerts, gaismas pils uzcelšana bija viņa tēva radošās dzīves kulminācija, kurā svarīga bija ģimenes un kopienas klātbūtne. Un tas sasaucas arī ar to, ko Dagnija jau savā uzrunā minēja par šīm vietām kā kopienu centriem, kā vietām, kur mēs viens otru satiekam un viens otru stiprinam. Un šodien, atsaucoties uz šiem vārdiem, man gribētos mums visiem novēlēt, lai mums, neatkarīgi no apstākļiem, nezūd šī kopienas un līdzās būšanas sajūta, lai spējam viens otru stiprināt, iedrošināt, atbalstīt un celt jaunas gaismas pilis un kopā stiprināt gan arhitektūras nozari, gan kultūru kopumā. Dear guests, dear architects, it is my pleasure to greet you all here this morning. 2025 in the Latvian cultural space is significant because we celebrate the 500 years since the first book being printed in Latvian, and also 100 years of Gunnar Birkerts and his contribution to Latvian culture, to the Latvian image abroad, and actually to creating this wonderful space where light and enlightenment are sitting next to each other. I guess my main wish for today's conference and for your work is that we see architecture, libraries, and places where we see light and find enlightenment as places that strengthen us as a community, that strengthen our ties in a society. And you as architects certainly have the power in creating spaces where we see and meet each other more profoundly, and where we build trust among ourselves that strengthen our culture and our society as a whole. So I wish you a great conference and have a great day.
Hello? It's not working. Next on the stage, I invite Valters Kaža, Vice Rector of RIXArch University.
Sveicināti, dāmas un kungi! Man prieks jūs visus šeit redzēt. Turpināšu, ņemot vērā to, ka redzu arī daudz ārzemju viesu, tomēr angļu valodā. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, guests and friends of architecture. On behalf of RIXArch University, I have a great honor and pleasure to greet you at RIXArch 2025, the Baltic Architecture Conference, which already has become one of the most significant events for the industry over the couple of last years. And I'm proud to be here at the National Library of Latvia, the Castle of Light, as this year's theme, Light Matters, invites us to reflect not just on architecture as a craft of shaping space, but on its deeper mission, to shape places of meaning, inspiration, and knowledge. I believe that standing here in this stunning building built by Gunnar Birkerts, a Latvian-born architect who carried Baltic light across the Atlantics and back to surprise us, to inspire us, to drive the culture, the significant heritage we have taken roots here in Latvia in our architectural design, and we are bringing forward to embody all those values we share here in Latvia, values of openness, enlightenment, resilience. And I believe that in the times when digital realities change the physicality of the space, being here in a library, it is something special. Libraries stand as a powerful statement that we still need places to think, to meet, to pose, and to grow. Libraries, much like light, are democratic. They reach everyone, regardless of the background. They are the architecture of access. So, at RIXArch University, we believe that business always meets art. That's our tagline. And from the perspective of architecture, it's both art and business at the same time. You are creating something that is applicable for the development of society, supporting the business, growing our country, and supporting its international competitiveness. This is why we are proud to host RIXArch 2025, a platform that brings together practitioners, researchers, students, and visionaries from across the Baltic region and beyond. Well, I would love to express a deep gratitude to our hosts, the National Library, to all the keynote speakers and contributors. Thank you for lending your voices and vision to this event. And also my thanks goes to partners, students, colleagues, to the organizing committee for shaping this event. So let us use all this opportunity, not just to present ideas, but to build connections. And let the library, with its soaring spaces and layers of light, remind us that architecture is always a dialogue between matter and meaning. On behalf of RIXArch University, I wish you an inspiring day and, well, a luminous experience here in Riga. Enjoy your stay.
Please, on the stage, Artūrs Lapiņš, President of Latvian Association of Architects.
Godātā ministra kundze, godātie klātesošie, gaisma un arhitektūra, ja pareizāk sakot, precīzāk sakot, dabīgā gaisma un cilvēks kā arhitektūras patērētājs, kā arhitektūras objekts. Mēs gaisma kā formu veidojošs instruments, to mēs pazīstam gana sen, tīpaši vizuālā mākslā, iekoši renesanses laikiem. Leonardo da Vinci zināja to, kā prasa izmantot gaismēnu, lai modelētu formu. Mēs zinām, kā Caravaggio izmantoja mākslā šo ar chiaroscuro, gaismas tumsu, lai panāktu drāmu. Bez gaismas nav iedomājama fotografija. Džordžs Eastmans ir teicis, ka iepazīst gaismu, un tu varēsi meistarīgi darboties fotografijā. Mēs cilvēki, kā bioloģiskas būtnes, mēs tiecamies uz gaismu. Gaisma ir mūsu dzīvības un enerģijas avots. Yoshiro Tsukamaki savā grāmatā par Nordic Light, Nordic Window, ir pat izvirzījis tādu terminu kā windowology, ko varētu latviski tulkot kā logoloģija. Proti, viņš ir savienojis to, kas ir cilvēku uzvedība, behavioroloģija, ar to, kā cilvēki uzvedās telpās un vietās, kur ir dabīgā gaisma. Un, ejot telpā, mēs ejam instinktīvi uz to, kur ir loks, mēs sajūtam gaismu. Un šādā kontekstā gaisma ir sajūtas arī Gunnars Birkerts. Man pašam pirmā saskara ar viņu bija vēl studiju laikā, kad savulaik Šķūņielā bibliotekā mēs gājām skatīties grāmatas par Gunnar Birkerta arhitektūru. Es atceros to Massachusetts biblioteku, kur, kā viņš bija veiksmīgi 3 stāvus zem zemes ievadījis gaismu iekšā. Un mums tiešām paveicies, ka mums nav jābrauc uz Ameriku, lai redzētu Gunnar Birkerta darbus. Mēs varam to redzēt šeit, mēs varam to apdzīvot, būt šajās telpās. Un Latvijas Arhitektūras Savienības vārdā es novēlu izzinošu konferenci. Un es ceru, ka šī konference un tās atziņas sekmēs arī pētījumus par gaismu Latvijas arhitektūrā, līdzīgi kā tas ir par Ziemeļvalstu arhitektūru. Un ceru, ka tas rezultēsies tālākos pētījumos. Paldies!
So now I will invite on the stage the father of this conference, Rudolf Schmidt, the Dean of RIXArch Faculty of Architecture and Design, and he will start with the opening speech, Let There Be Light. Please.
First of all, it's wonderful to stand before all of you today, and thank you, excellencies, students, and professionals that came out to participate in this conference. Let there be light may be, in fact, one of the most inspiring quotes ever written. We are not just dependent on light, but life itself couldn't exist without it. Light's significance in science, architecture, art, and philosophy has been a subject of investigation and contemplation for centuries. Light's substance and elusive properties continue to baffle us. Light behaves as if intelligent, knowing that someone is watching it perform. Newton's prism revealed a colorful nature, and the later discoveries that light is both wave and particle. Consequently, light matters. This year's main theme, Light Matters, brings together two seemingly contradictory ideas: the lightness of illumination and the materiality of weight. Thus, light matters. It also symbolically highlights the significance of light in architecture. This interplay invites us to reflect on how architectural elements gain deeper meaning, shaping space and expressing cultural narratives. Architecture is not just a container for light, but a medium that interacts. It's magnificent. And form and materiality cannot be visually perceived or expressed bodily without the presence of light. The absence of light, or lightness, according to ideas from Kant by Lobel, is a condition of darkness, formless and void, perhaps a moment before the expansion of time and space. Light, an electromagnetic wave, and a photon triggers chemical reactions so that we can see. Birkerts, dubbed the master of light, used light apertures and the illumination they produced for practical and symbolic purposes in his architecture. Citing Martin Schwartz, who's with us here today, very pleased that he could come and join us, Birkerts used light to direct views, indicate movement, highlight edges, fill spaces, and bring attention to ritual, working together to support a highly metaphorical architecture. In this image here, we see what happened at the beginning of creation. Volume 0 refers to Kelvin's definition of when all motion stops and gases freeze into a solid state, when the vibration motion of particles cease at absolute zero. Volume 0 also defines an immensely dense movement before the spatial expansion of the universe. Scientists describe this black, dense physical state as void of space and light and gravity, complete density, as a condition before the Big Bang. The observed universe continues to expand at amazing speeds, even now, defying our understanding of space, time, and light. Louis Kahn, a master of form and light, defined also his own idea of Volume 0 as a search for beginnings and being, a pursuit foundational to the material and spiritual aspects of his architecture. For countless years, human beings have walked the earth following the light and created volumes from the primitive hut to modern classics as tributes to light. Birkerts, dubbed as the master of light, used light apertures and illumination they produced for practical and symbolic purposes in his architecture. Ex nihilo, out of nothing, out of this density that had not yet expanded, and the phrase, "let there be light," activated that activity from the diagram I showed you. We, in our cultures, have many ideas of mega-narratives or creation stories, and they all differ, but they also, many of them are interrelated. The word myth, by definition, a traditional story, especially one concerning with early history of people or explaining some natural or social phenomenon, and typically involving supernatural beings or events. A myth is also like a well-known story, which was made up in the past to explain natural events to justify either religious beliefs or social customs. Creation stories and myths from various cultures often emphasize several key themes. For example, human desire to create, the mortal underpinnings of all creation, the pleasure in creating. Each culture has its own creation story. The Chinese, one line was drawn from an existing chaos, then a second line was drawn. And as these two lines separated the heavens from the earth, the Samaritans assumed that the pantheon of gods existed before creation, and the heavens and earth were once together before they were split. And this idea of splitting and separating continues a third time in the Genesis account. Division and separation is part of the creation story. God separated darkness from light, thus the first day. The definition of day, we know it as a 24-hour period, but day can also mean other things. A particular period in the past, or a duration of time of a certain era. For example, the saying, back in the day. Genesis described the creation of this first day. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. So darkness and light need each other. So in 1989, the world was on the threshold of change at many levels. The awaited unexpected collapse of the Soviet Union dissolved, and the borders between East and West, the creation of HTML language virtually changed everything. It brought us into a digital age. It brought us into 3 dimensions. The essential that was necessary to launching the World Wide Web. The Baltic states came together, joining hand in hand, physically linking Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius, establishing an emotional and physical call for independence. The 90s received us with a collapse of governments, a new world order, a virtual digital milieu, a world far beyond what anyone could have imagined or predicted. This empowered the people to hope, and the ability to imagine gives vision for reality and is essential to facilitate progress and change. And this is the context in which Birkerts imagined at this time what the new library should be and mean. Imagination is at the heart of all creativity. Whether architecture or art or music or literature, imagination works hand in hand with reality, and both need each other. Michael Ward, a literary critic analyzing the literature of C.S. Lewis, one of the United Kingdom's most brilliant 20th century writers, an Oxford professor of medieval mythology, most popularly known for his famous tale, The Chronicles of Narnia. It's also in film format. Ward discusses metaphor and explains that Lewis didn't turn to the use of fairy tales to retreat from his argument and his beliefs in the Christian faith, but to advance his apologetic, he recast his arguments through story and poetics. Pure apologetic arguments come and they go and disappear and are time-bound, but stories essential to communicating an idea and captivating an audience. Just like these creation stories, they stay with us, they don't go. A metaphor is also very significant, and I just wanted to define what that is, because we're going to be hearing that word a lot today, particularly in our next few lectures. A figure of speech in which a word or phrase literally denoting one kind of object or idea used in place of another to suggest a likeness or analogy between them. According to Ward, poets are the acknowledged legislators of every age. When you turn something into symbols and story and characters, you captivate an audience for all time. To bring change, you must start with the people engaging the culture. The collapse of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe was first initiated by intelligentsia, by the poets and the musicians. The politicians arrived later, but poets like Iman Ziedons, architect Gunnar Birkerts, or musician Ieva Akuratar kindled the awakening in Latvia through the media of culture. Gunnar Birkerts' proposed library design was not just a pragmatic solution, but an architecture that symbolized the times of building that community and that communicated a story. The Latvian National Library became a metaphor of freedom and independence. Birkerts used the metaphor and literally myth to cast his arguments through the language of architecture, which captivated yearning nations, their hope and desires for independence. Gunnar defined an architect as someone that designs and actually builds and does not just talk about it. Clearly, not all that study architecture become architects. Birkerts says, I'm not an architectural journalist, I'm not a historian or critic or theorist. Gunnar explained that like Brahms, who composed music, he composes architecture. He did not develop a theory or dogma and then build a building. He came up with a concept and developed it organically, synthesizing the project's components, investigating the site, attentive to the natural daylight and the program, looking for the particular aspects of each project. Gunnar Birkerts, renowned modernist architect and artist, used a synthetic approach to design. Gunnar tells he was an extension of the modernist era and grew up while the modernists were still alive. The masters such as Corbu, Wright, and Mies van der Rohe were all practicing at that time. They were still alive. And Gunnar had synthesized these modernist ideas and teaching in his own way, but never held to any specific dogma or allegiance. However, Gunnar admittedly was greatly influenced by Alvar Aalto, a Nordic master. Gunnar strongly believed that architecture starts where words veer off. He did not theorize projects. He left that to others. Even though Gunnar was not following specific theories or dogmas, he was not opposed to the verbalizers of theories, those that are interested in promoting a certain direction or dogma or focused only on one particular facet of architecture. These are the ones that only talk about architecture. While admittedly, they did in some way supplement and provide impulses, curiously or not, or consciously or not, he incorporated his own ideas and inputs into his own synthetic process. Birkerts believed that architecture starts where words leave off. The Latvian National Library brings a soft, diffused northern light into the central atrium that gently illuminates the balconies below, creating a very peaceful and tranquil environment within the building. Birkerts also used light for its symbolic and metaphorical significance, communicating spiritual meaning. This physical and phenomenological effect of light differs from light's symbolic meaning, the power being a nation's spiritual awakening. Birkerts was always conscious of light as a material design element, which directly impacts his architecture. Light is a particle of color as well as a wave of energy. A little bit about folklore and DNA. The Latvian National Library was based on an evolving metaphor. It continued to change over a long period, and as I said before, these multiple metaphors is what gave the project strength. Gunnar first imagined the library as a glass mountain, symbolizing Latvia's captivity, based on the mythological story, symbolizing a nation rising from its slumber, this serving as a metaphor for freedom and liberty from its oppressors. First a crystal mountain, and later a castle of light, as multiple metaphors were put upon this object. Gunnar used multiple metaphors in development of his library design. To emphasize again, the use of metaphor and symbolism was in his DNA. The use of metaphor is the bridge between literature and architecture. Michael Ward, who was critiquing Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia, in discussing how metaphors work in literature, he argues that metaphors have boundaries. So you need multiple metaphors to talk about the very same thing, so you can look at it from different angles. The use of multiple metaphors gives the story additional insights and understanding. Multiple metaphors allow the author to build a story with deep character. The National Library Project successfully encapsulates multiple metaphors with rich meaning and perspectives, and this is what allowed it to sustain this long period of development. Clearly, these multiple metaphors gave power and allowed his vision to survive Latvia's political resistance to the project, the turbulent economy, social change, and of course, advancing technologies. Beyond supersensible, sensibility is what we don't necessarily consciously feel, but we feel in our subconscious. Gunnar imagined a building that captured what was already felt, anticipated, and expected in the people. Ward explains in literature, when one goes beyond the supersensible, you have to switch to metaphor. C.S. Lewis in the Chronicles wants the reader to feel the spiritual symbols, the elements and characters of the story, rather than first identify them with our minds. It's sort of like similarly walking along a winding medieval street, like in our old town, in great expectation of what is around the corner. He wants to arouse the effect, the senses first, to go beyond the surface and touch those inner feelings. To do that, we have to capture the reader's attention. Through metaphor, identifying the literary mechanism does not spoil the story, but makes one aware to appreciate while reading the story that deeper patterns, layers, and spiritual significance. Gunnar says, I am always trying to speak meaning in architecture and to seek for concepts and then work with those concepts. Gunnar's library is a synthesis of these multiple inputs and layers, signs, symbols, stories, as well as pragmatic and functional requirements, spatial effects, and the orchestrated play of light. Additional layers of information, technology, and communication requirements were synthesized into the design building. The original library design was based on Soviet norms, but then it was also redesigned during that process based on European standards. And so the multiple layers of information, program changes, and functional ideas also impacted the final design. But Gunnar's concept for the building never changed. While the project did evolve as a synthesis of developing requirements and inputs, therefore the various layers of meaning and symbolism could accommodate the changes. The process Gunnar referred to as organic synthesis, of bringing together all the input guided by one evolving concept. Just a bit on creativity, just a few comments, which I found very interesting in an article in discussion with Gunnar. On creativity, everything depends on our response, our interaction, and our correction. The brain needs to be triggered by the hand as much as the hand by the brain. So he was very concerned and used sketching as a design instrument during all of his processes. You draw two lines, he says. The eye feeds that information to your brain. The brain tells you, draw another line. And the process starts, this interaction between our thoughts and what we put on paper. Birkerts' design methodology was a synthetic process, always looking for the particular of each project. Gunnar did not create a building from a predetermined form and then fill it with a program. He worked a process that amalgamated all the building components that resulted in a form generated and structured by an underlying concept. Gunnar did not claim to be a theorist, or to be guided by dogmas and ideas. They were made operable through a powerful concept that held everything together. Christian Gears from the architecture firm called Office, in a collection of essays without content, cites Saul Levitt, modernist artist who entertains the following point. I believe the appearance of a work is secondary to an idea of a work, which makes the idea of primary importance. The conceptual idea was essential to creating architecture form and perhaps more important than the actual result. Well, Gunnar didn't believe that. Birkerts held an opposite approach to Levitt, at least within the context of architecture. An objective architecture, for him, the primary goal is the actual built result. Undeniably, Gunnar particular process delivers an architectonic intention that emanates architectural presence and meaning because of its indisputable literary content. In other words, an architecture that projects and speaks meaning. It's not words or theoretical discourse about an idea, but primarily the architectural result that speaks meaning. In an article from Reflections, Volume 1, from fall 1983, quite a while ago, Birkerts was interviewed and they asked him, "Do you have a theory of your own that you follow?" And Birkerts answered, "Each solution is based on a theory that develops in the process." So what do you, or when do you state what this theory is? At best, not at all, since at the time of conception, it is consciously not there. And then they ask him again, then, when do you apply the theory to your process? Well, consciously, never. When the building has been built, the theory is intrinsically visible. It is guided by the process. So the ideas and the theories that the buildings are about are in the physical built form, was his focus. Gunnar also looked at design in two approaches. He saw it as a biotechnical versus a conceptual approach. Birkerts believed that there are two kinds of architecture, the biotechnical or the conceptual, which is the purest form evolved from the subconscious. I have a belief that there can be poetry in high technology. That's a very interesting statement. I want to use high technology to express other qualities other than the modular, the pragmatic results from application of factored parts. Gunnar believed it's not words, but architecture that speak meaning. Gunnar took issue with paper architecture, which he criticized as conceptual dead ends or theoretical projects. Gunnar didn't succumb to particular theories, schools of thought, or support the proliferation of a specific dogma, even though he's considered a modernist. He looked critically at academic institutions that just focused on theories. As old as Vitruvius, architecture is not achieved if it lingers only in the shadow of words and theories. Conceptual must deal with all of the pragmatic issues of a building, but is based on an idea, a vision. It is expressed and carries meaning. It communicates it in part something higher, an aesthetic satisfaction that we usually associate with art and music. This type of architecture has a different base or origin than the other, the conceptual versus the biotechnical. It is conceived artistically and is used, and it uses the so-called tools of the artist. Birkerts was concerned about form, texture, color, metaphor, symbolism, and light. Conceptual architecture makes the concept visible. Architecture is an art form. In the previous slide, I showed you the frame of this building, but when we look at this building, we clearly see the Federal Reserve Bank in Minneapolis, Minnesota, constructed from 1976 to 1980. Architecture is an art form. The architect is basically a doer and an artist. An architect has certainly be an artist, but not all are artists. And as you see in the previous slide, he's not ignoring the technical requirements. And the idea of this building is quite clear: suspended bridge bank between these two pilasters. But it's a piece of art. That was his goal. Gunnar Birkerts explained during the 1980 SciArc lecture in Los Angeles, Objective Architecture lecture, that if an architect is an artist, he works with the tools of an artist. Architecture is an art form, so he works with form, texture, color. He works with metaphor and symbols. The architect either designs symbols into his architecture, or he creates buildings as symbols and works with creative vision to achieve that. I come from the north, Birkerts says, where light is not very plentiful, and so I have an intuitive feel about light. I know how to take it in, reflect it, and deflect it. Here's a planned image of the Lincoln Elementary School project in Columbus, Indiana, from 1965. Birkerts was his master of light principles were reflect, deflect, direct, and light also had its symbolic value. He also was concerned about the building envelope as an outside shell, the building envelope as an interior shell. Gunnar is known as the master of light and for his ability to stage light within his buildings. His buildings were not built as containers to hold light, but to direct it, manipulate it, and reflect it. His architecture is a synthesis of various inputs and architectural response to the purpose and function of light. In one sense, his architecture surrenders to serve light's purpose. The architectural solution serves the purpose of light, and it is subordinate to light, makes light operable within the interior spaces of the building. As you see here in this section, the skylight isn't horizontal, but it's vertical, because he was very concerned about how that light comes in and gets reflected. Gunnar, in describing in one of the churches designed by Alvar Aalto, Birkerts described the modernist Alvar Aalto's Vokasaniska church as a building with two shells, the exterior one with protective glass and mainstay, and the interior one of glass and plaster and surfaces. Birkerts brings attention to the interstitial space, the space that's in between the outside shell and the inside shell. He uses that as a diaphragm to bring light into the building. The exterior is to enclose, protect, and transmit light. The interior shell is to correct acoustics, form space, and enclose light to redirect, deflect, and transmit and celebrate light. And here you see one of his studies. He spent more time in section, I think, than he did in plan, because he was concerned about how light is going to come into that space. University of Michigan, the Allen and Lean Law Library edition in 1981. The university, I visited this building myself many years ago, and it was literally a phenomenal experience standing at the bottom of this building, almost 4 floors below, looking up at the building that he actually paid wonderful respect to. His building basically was invisible, and the building that was there was celebrated. And here are some images of this trough that he carved into the earth to bring light down into the lower levels of the library edition that also reflected that light into those spaces. This is a study model of that project. And how he brought light in and the view up from the lower floors to the actual original campus buildings built in this neo-Gothic style. And I also can advise everyone to take a look at the exhibit. This building is also featured on the exhibit here on the first floor. I also want to thank the students involved with building these models. Had a wonderful support, and their addition to the exhibit is much appreciated, and please take a look at this exhibit while you are here during this conference. Then 2 more slides. Afterwards, architecture starts where words leave off. Gunnar believed it's not words, but architecture that speak meaning. Gunnar took issue with the paper architects, as I said before. Gunnar didn't succumb to particular theories. Gunnar's believed, as old as Vitruvius, architecture is not achieved if it lingers in the shadow of words and theories. Vitruvius clearly said there's architectural theory and there's practice, but you cannot live just in one. Gunnar believed that built architecture speaks meaning most powerfully through its physical form. While this was true, his projects were driven by strong concepts in incorporating metaphors and symbolism. Regarding transparency, just one closing comment here. Gunnar said a very interesting thing here about the use, about language. The form of the Latvian National Library is unique and does not align with any standard or recognizable type which we identify as a library. What should a library look like then? How does the language of architecture communicate that? How does language of architecture work? Gunnar said, if you know the whole alphabet, you can say something with the right combinations. Gunnar, at the library grand opening speech, referred to the Latvian National Library as a temple that contained books, manuscripts, and words. We can say the nation's treasures are stored in the temple's Holy of Holies, in the archives, literally and metaphorically, lifted above the river Daugava, protected from danger and floods. The library is a modern-day temple that stores and protects our nation's heritage, its literature, its story, and ideas fixed in written form. So, the next architecture. This is, in one ways you could say, I'm closing with this, but this is also a wish that Birkerts made in 1985 as he spoke at Columbia University. He said, people's real lives are not only made of their present condition, but their ambitions and dreams. Today's challenges and constraints are distinct. Birkerts saw the next architecture as compassionate toward the human race, to seek to accommodate, please, and inspire. It recognizes the past achievements in our civilization which are applicable and can be accommodated. Birkerts distinguishes himself from those overly pragmatic directions in architecture which only permit talk about particularities, about technical issues, about facts given by conditions and constraints from the site. Where design only deals with these constraints, he saw as problematic. In other words, a building is more than solving the pragmatic problems, but must accommodate desire. People's real lives are not only made of their present conditions, but their ambitions and dreams. I try not to forget the beauty in a time of change, economic pressure, ecological or energy concerns. For me, architecture is and will always be an art form. So in closing, Birkerts looked at civilization's past achievements, he synthesized present needs, and wrapped our future desires in light. Thank you.
So thank you, Dainis. It was very, very inspirational opening speech. And now we came up to the main part of this conference, keynote speeches. And now I will invite on the stage first keynote speaker, Martin Schwartz, with the moderator, Efe Duyan, who will give a short introduction to the speaker. Please, Bob, come to the stage. Martin, you can as well come and sit. Yes, thank you.
Not all for you.
No?
Not all of them. My name is Efe Duyan. I'm a docent doctor at the RIXArch University Faculty of Architecture, and my guest here is Martin Schwartz, who came all the way from the United States to give this speech and to be with us today. Martin is an architect and a teacher with a special interest in daylight. He wrote his book on Gunnar Birkerts metaphoric modernist in 2009. He has taught in several institutions, and since 2005, he's at the Lawrence Technological University in Detroit. He's the co-founder and the editor of the Awards Journal, and now he's working on 2 books, one on Charles Moore monography, with this beautiful, beautiful name, Those Who Love the World Don't Mind Being Reminded of It, and also a second book, very fittingly, In Good Light, a book about daylight in architecture. Welcome, Martin. Please, we will be listening to you for the next 30 minutes.
Thank you, Efe. I want to thank Dean Schmitz, first of all, for the invitation. I want to thank Janis Pripa for an astounding tour of Riga yesterday, which included observations and information about the culture and history of Riga and the country. I'm just delighted to be here today, literally, metaphorically, delighted, of course. I'm sorry, I couldn't help that. For several reasons. One is that, of course, after having met Gunnar Birkerts, my interest in his work has continued. His work is actually quite visible. I pass by actually 2 of his buildings on the way to my school every day. Light is my own, daylight is my research interest. So I'm here for at least those 2 reasons. And finally, one that Diane and I spoke about yesterday, this is something I found about just quite recently, last couple of months. That's my, apparently, my great-great-grandfather was born in Daugavpils in 1820. So it's sort of poetic justice. What I'm going to do is 2 things, given the time. Talk about Gunnar, and I'm going to talk a little bit about light and try to bring all of this together for you. I should tell you how I came to write the book. In about 2005, the editor of the United States Architecture Journal, that was then called Architecture, invited me to interview Gunnar. And, the work I was taught to do, the way I was taught to do architecture was entirely different from what Gunnar does. And in fact, I still teach, what I teach is still very different. And because it's so different, it seemed to me I'd better go over there and meet him. So I drove over to his house and studio, which is not far from where I live. And we met, we had a wonderful talk. I recorded it. It was turned into an interview that was published, and we were all very pleased with it. After the interview that morning, he said, very graciously, would you like to go out and have lunch? And I thought that was quite nice, so I said yes. We went out and had lunch. We went to a restaurant not far from his house. And in the course of conversation, he said, I'm putting together a book about my work. He said, my son is going to write it. Now, his son, Sven Birkerts, some of you may know, is a noted literary critic, professor, author in his own right. Gunnar said, my son is going to write it. So I said, oh, how's that going? And he said, not well. So I wasn't entirely surprised when about 4 or 5 months later, he called me at home one evening, and he said, look, Sven says he's not an architect. He doesn't know enough about architecture. He doesn't feel comfortable writing it, but he can write a biographical essay. Would you like to write the architectural part of the book? And I hesitated because I didn't want to be distracted from my interest in light, my own research. As you know, light matters. So I told him, well, I'll think about it. And about 2 days later, I got a box, like one of those express boxes arrived in the mail. It was from Gunnar, and it contained a pile, a few dozen magazines, journals in which his work had been published, and several books that had been previously published about his work, things he had written. And I opened the box, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, I guess I'm going to write the book. That's literally how it happened. And I'm glad it did. He gave me the opportunity to learn how to write a book. It was wonderful. So what I'm going to read to you first today, and I usually don't read presentations, but I'm going to make an exception in this case. In the course of writing books, things get edited out, things get added later. What I'm going to read to you for a few minutes this morning is a short essay that was never put in, it was eliminated, it was edited out of the book, and I'd always hoped to have some occasion on which I could present it. So it's another reason I'm very pleased to be able to talk to you today. So I'll do that, and I will attempt to show a few slides as well. There's Gunnar. On the left, you can see him as a relatively young man. On the right, that's a picture I took of him at his office and studio when I met him. Oh, good. So, in contrast to many other prominent and accomplished architects of the 20th century, Gunnar Birkerts never settled into a singular style or rigid set of motifs from which his projects were generated. He did not, as we say these days, brand himself. Instead, he worked in the manner of a small number of architects at the top of the profession, architects including Raphael Moneo, Renzo Piano, Eero Saarinen, Johan Utzon, Peter Zumthor, who find each project to be particular enough to demand architecture that is, if not wholly different from what he or she has previously done, is at least worthy of a significant recombination of his many closely held enthusiasms. Like those other distinguished architects, Gunnar's work was not a demonstration of the validity of one theoretical position. Save that, for Birkerts, architecture was capable of a meaningful expression of program, topography, daylight, and culture. His architecture was a demonstration of his process of finding meaningful correspondences in form, of intuitive energy, informed by professional craft. His search for meaning led him to find practical solutions. Birkerts did not specialize. He completed many types of buildings, and even as he designed several libraries and churches, for example, he did not narrow his inquiries and he did not repeat himself. Despite this, it is not as if Birkerts' work cannot be identified as his. Themes overlap years, some strategies and motifs span his entire career, ideas recede and then emerge again later. He explored several approaches to buildings and cities throughout his career, such that his interests and a few formal themes reoccur. He employed modular structural and spatial units to regulate planning. He took an interest early in his career in energy-saving building performance. He used and manipulated elementary geometrical forms, visual references, and image metaphors, all inspired his design process. He was skeptical about historicism and pastiche, but he maintained a respect for history and context. Several of his buildings were generated with structural objectives in mind. He explored subterranean structures and several that hovered above the landscape. Birkerts favored and frequently drew wandering and zigzag lines to define spaces sharply. The closest relatives of these motifs may be found in the expressionist architecture of the early 20th century, but I think it would be a mistake to consider Birkerts an expressionist in that sense. Instead, I think his work was expressive in a very broad sense, a very encompassing way. And consistently, overwhelmingly, Birkerts' interior spaces were generated by his knowing incorporation of daylight. We find cousins of his families of projects, but never clones. It is his willingness to allow his several enthusiasms to simmer in an intense individual design process within projects and across his 50-year career that makes the work difficult to summarize, although I'm doing that very thing here, impossible to pigeonhole, sometimes too personal to analyze, but more interesting and committed than that of most architects. Birkerts questioned the restrained vocabulary of mise, which prevailed in the architectural practice at the beginning of his career in the post-World War II years, an attitude certainly influenced by his early experience in the office of Eero Saarinen, which is known for the variety of its formal approaches, as well as its innovative and influential technical research. The viability of an array of modern architectural approaches was likely confirmed by his experience with Saarinen and the sparkling team of young architects Saarinen assembled in his office. In addition to Gunnar Birkerts, there were John Nicolou, Anthony Lumsden, Caesar Pelli, Warren Plattner, Kevin Roach, Niels Different, and Robert Venturi, among others. I should add that when I spoke to Gunnar, he told me he sat next to Robert Venturi. And if you know Venturi's work and Gunnar's work, it's hard to imagine them sitting next to each other. These young practitioners advanced to the forefront of architectural practice in the years after Saarinen's death, became known as pace setters, and in several cases, originators of their own provocative architectural approaches. Birkerts told me that he wanted to defy Mies. That's a quote. In fact, they all did in that office. Almost certainly, the breadth of Birkerts' interests was formed earlier than his tenure in the Saarinen office and out of personal inclinations and interests. However, one need only have looked around the Saarinen office and sense the emergence of an ever-widening set of choices not sanctioned by what became known as the international style. At the same time that the glass box triumphed in the post-World War II period of optimism and a rising wave of new technologies, the criteria for an advanced, articulate, humane, and questioning modernism were being established. Historians, indeed most of us, prefer consistency. It is easier to discern patterns and easier to understand and critique that which is constant. Yet the difficult path toward new understandings and the great satisfaction inherent in discovery leads a few artists and architects to understand that each new inquiry is an opportunity to learn more about the world. The Saarinen office nurtured this attitude. Romualdo Jurgala once observed that of the Saarinen office architects, quote, Birkerts is often considered to be the most uncompromising interpreter of programs, shapes, or forms, unquote. In the tradition of that office, Birkerts continued to consider each commission an individual opportunity. However, instead of marshaling his staff to produce an extended stream of alternatives, as did Eero Saarinen, Birkerts practiced more in the manner of Eliel Saarinen. Kevin Roach wrote that, quote, one sensed that Birkerts prized Eliel's lifestyle as a model over Eero's. Eliel represented the individual architect working alone in his studio, a traditional image, unquote. Birkerts' individual path may have been eased by his choice, until the last years of his life, to remain and work in the Detroit area. Kevin Roach also wrote that this location is, quote, no longer, as it was in the 50s, a central element in the American consciousness. Gunnar utilizes this location, his isolation, however, to buffer him from the influences of the East Coast, from the sober intellectual life of Chicago, and from the more bizarre environs of Los Angeles, so that he can achieve the objective which should be desired by all architects, that of making a significant contribution to society and to the history of architecture, unquote. So Birkerts did not seek what the Eero Saarinen office sometimes called the right style for the job. Saarinen set his office to work on a variety of approaches to an individual commission. Birkerts occasionally used visual metaphors and vernacular architectural devices to link programs, clients, and landscapes, and thereby find meaning. The work is usually tied to a program in a particular context, a place, and a geography, to the extent that the work often becomes part of or reflective of the surrounding landscape and accommodating to existing buildings. In his several underground or earth-covered projects, for example, the landscape is manipulated, earth is strategically removed to reveal the presence of inhabitable space, to bring daylight inside, and to maintain a sense of orientation for the inhabitants. Birkerts' underground buildings do not hide. That's not why they're underground. They express their presence forthrightly by means intended to daylight spaces or to provide views. Gunnar's underground interior spaces are probably better illuminated than many above-ground buildings designed by other architects. Because of his consistent attention to the subtleties of daylighting and beyond its formal qualities, above or below ground, Birkerts' architecture is expressive of a place through its appropriation of the character of the local sky. He had an awareness of the qualities of sun and skylight, an understanding of the advantages and techniques of reflected light, an appreciation of the qualities of light, which vary according to cardinal direction, and of light that enters a space from opposite directions. By the end of Birkerts' career, there was probably no other architect practicing in the United States equally committed to generating architecture from the need to receive, gather, and manage daylight. Even though there is no great architecture that does not address light and shadow as primary themes, interest in its strategic use often seems restricted to architects who practice in extreme climates where its consideration is critical. A native of Latvia, Birkerts shared this interest in the imperatives of daylighting with his colleagues from the Scandinavian and Baltic parts of the world. Aalto, whom he admired, as well as Asplund, Utzon Khan, who was born in Estonia, and others. But Birkerts considered himself to be a modern architect. He concluded, earlier than some others, that modernism could have a rich tradition, a multiplicity of approaches and moods, and that they could be generated honestly from one's intuition as well as from one's professional experience. The international style influence was frequently implicit in his work, but that approach was always subject to his mischief and search for meaning. In a sense, in this search for meaning, Birkerts continued the work of his parents, who were both folklorists, which is to say, his parents, his family was engaged in the uncovering the understanding of culture and folklore, and Gunnar made cultural objects, which are now available to us to understand, to interpret, and to delve into for their meaning. He employed local forms in the traditional He employed local forms, icons in the traditional sense, and stories to make architecture. He used the shepherd's crook as inspiration for the form of the great skylight at the U.S. Army Chapel at Waldflecken, Germany. He considered the end-over-end flight of a football, an American football, to shape the skylights at the Schembechler football practice facility at the University of Michigan. Most notably, he drew upon the Latvian liberation fable of the Crystal Mountain and Castle of Light to generate his last and perhaps his greatest work, the National Library of Latvia. The expressionist architecture of the early 20th century, the work of Hans Scharoun, Hugo Haring, Eric Mendelsohn, and others, interested Birkerts, and he admired Aalto. In their works, these architects incorporated a speculative moving line, the occasional curve or zigzag in planar elevation, in response to circumstance. In these works, we see evidence of the architect's hand and pencil, his hand and his mind, we should say. Frequently, in the work of both Aalto and Birkerts, the broken line or unexpected curve becomes the servant of a daylighting idea. Birkerts and Aalto accepted the functionalist use of the modern architectural box, although both found it difficult not to accept a playful attitude toward it. Wit, a rare commodity in architecture, appears frequently in this kind of work. Walking through or around a Birkerts building, there are always things to discover, surprising views, light from an unexpected direction, elegant details, a great space flooded with light, or an infusion of light where you would least expect it. Having concluded that architecture is capable of conveying meaning, but having qualms about mimicking either the international style or the literal historicism that postmodernism became known for, Birkerts' work, like that of his fellow late modern eclectics, represents doubt about absolutes. Doubt inevitably follows dogma, particularly when that dogma has degenerated into banality, as modernism did after World War II, and later, as postmodern historicism did, rapidly and to no one's surprise. In Birkerts' work, doubt is at least a willingness to probe and to question. Wit, in the playful intelligence of Birkerts' best work, is a way to offer visitors the opportunity to question and learn along with the architect, and it invites engagement with the architecture. Birkerts' visions could not be realized without formidable technical skills. The buildings are skillfully detailed and constructed, and as Romualdo Jurgel has said, quote, "In Birkerts' projects, materials appear with great integrity, extended in surfaces to form enclosures. Technically accomplished in detailing, materials appear so splendid, absolute, and indispensable," unquote. Birkerts would never have been able to pull off the formal collisions, gentle curves, collected angles, without the ability to identify appropriate materials, to know how they should be treated, and how they need to meet each other. Without these technical skills, Birkerts never would have been able to engage his conceptual gift, as Jurgel has called it, an aptitude recognized by both architects and the public for the invention of architectural forms and spaces with personality and identifiable individual character. I'm skipping one. Okay, finally, when the building is complete, when the architect walks away, after the chroniclers have had their say, something of character must be left behind, or there is no architecture. In a career of varied and complex works and personal thought, in which ideas are not simply reflected, but refracted, by which I mean bent and shifted, turned over and examined, shaken rather than stirred, Gunnar Birkerts' work speaks for itself. And to reiterate what Dean Schmidt said a few minutes ago, Birkerts said to me when I met him, he said, "Everything I say comes after." That is my essay. If I have a few more minutes, I think I do, I want to show I want to try to tie our themes together and show you a few things that Gunnar Birkerts did with light and architecture. This is a small building. It's very important for me to show to you, even though it's modest in size and scale. This is in Livonia, Michigan, which is a suburb of Detroit and not far from me. This is a little library, fairly early. And I want to show you to demonstrate what Gunnar knew, and that it seems so few architects are aware of, and that is where the sun is in the sky, by which I mean the qualities of the different directions of the sky at different times of the day. So here's his building. You can see it's a wedge shape. And if you know Alvar Aalto's libraries, you know that Aalto also would start his libraries from a sort of a central point, a circulation desk, and then had his plans fan out such that a few people at circulation could secure, observe, and monitor the library, which is what he did here. But what he also did, because of that fan shape, he's able also to reach out and capture this beautiful park site, which is on a major commercial strip. The building also, in a sense, fans upward so that he can collect northern light to illuminate the reading rooms. Again, northern light, diffused, constant skylight, is good for reading for work light, and that's what you see in these contemporary photographs. But he also used his understanding of light and shadow to articulate the exterior of the building. You can see how these long walls reach out into the landscape. If you look closely, you can see he had the horizontal masonry joint struck to cast a shadow, to emphasize the linearity, that horizontal idea. I should also tell you that this little building is somewhat threatened now, but there is a wonderful group of people in Livonia, Michigan, who are fighting to save it. They have a Facebook page called Save Alfred Nobel Library. If anyone is interested, I encourage you to go look at their Facebook page. Moving ahead several years, Gunnar was able to design the dance instructional facility at the State University of New York at Purchase. Ed Larrabee Barnes designed a site plan based on Thomas Jefferson's 19th century design for the University of Virginia, which is fairly well known. Instead, though, Barnes filled the center with buildings, and he gave a number of very well-known architects, including Birkerts, these odd, strange slots of space in which to build. But Gunnar made the most of it. You can see my arrow points to his long building. And what we see here is a tip of it. What he did was, he used, since he had this sort of north-south orientation, he used slots of space along both sides to bring in light and then manage it before he brings it into the dance studios. So you can see these slots along both sides. The interior, the central section is inhabited by the actual dance studios and so forth. The outside zones are small offices, and then the skylighted zone of corridors, so you walk through light. On the right-hand side of this section, you see the eastern side, which has a large skylight, which means that, of course, a little bit of direct sun in the morning is acceptable, warms the building, helps you to wake up a little bit. On the west side, he chokes that down to minimize the impact of late western sun. And the effect is this: he bounces that light, he reflects that light off of the sort of tilted ceilings of these offices into the dance studios. So they get sun, but after he's bounced it a few times.
5 minutes more.
Thank you. I'll skip this one then. The church. I want to show you this one. This is another small building which you probably don't know. The Holtzman Silverman office building is on a rather undistinguished strip, commercial strip in Southfield, Michigan, not far from my school. In this case, there was not enough room to put both the building and the parking on the site, so we put the parking and a park over the building. And the building's essentially underground. These are Amur maple trees, I believe, in the fall with color. And so what you see, these beautifully sculpted trees, that's his gift to the street. You move through the trees, and we're changing seasons here a little bit, obviously. The only thing that emerges on the site then is this sort of sandblasted concrete, beautifully detailed elevator tower. You go down to that and into the building, and it's a very modest office building. So here you can see an aerial view, thanks to Google Earth, the commercial strip, the highway on the right-hand side, his parking lot and trees, the emerging elevator tower, and the way his building faces east, which you can see here in the fall on the left-hand side, and in the snow. That's a cover picture from the book. And what the people inside get is this: a beautiful panorama of eastern light and a view toward the trees. So you get, again, the eastern light, get some sun in the morning that passes out of the eastern sky, and you get beautiful even sky all day long. I walked through it with Gunnar, and he said this is the best interior his office had ever done, although that was before this building was built. You can see it's kind of elaborate, but wonderful, beautifully detailed. And again, another case in which he uses a mirrored mullion to reinforce the connection between inside and outside. So you're underground, but it doesn't feel like you're underground at all. I'll show one more, I think. He understood reflected light, which I've demonstrated a little bit. I will talk about this building this afternoon, his little church in Ann Arbor, which is actually walking distance from my house. But I want to show you how he worked with his ideas about light at different scales. He designed the actual window, head, sill, and so forth installation at the former IBM building in Southfield, Michigan. And here's his sketch and his diagram to show how sunlight is intended to touch this curved sill, bounce upward through a tilted glazing system, up against the curved head, and again, then redistributed by the ceiling. And here's the interior. Again, this is illuminated by electric light as well as daylight, right? And I'll show quickly, if I have 1 minute. Effie, give me one more. One more, because I want to say something. This is, again, the law library at the University of Michigan. You can imagine how the alumni of the law library love their Gothic collegiate building, their connection with the UK and so forth. And so they might have looked askance when they saw Gunnar's first scheme for the building. So they went underground. It was Dean Schmitz talked about. I wanted to emphasize that not only did he provide a very ample, large skylight, but he used reflecting surfaces to redistribute the light in that building such that you get this really beautiful diffused light in there. He used the mirrored mullions again, and you get this sort of this unusual view upward to the old Gothic collegiate building. There are some study spaces and display cases. The quality of light in here, this photograph which I took is actually quite accurate. The light in there is beautiful. And not only that, but there's a little skylight at the other end, so he balances it. You go to the other end of the library area, and he balances it with light from the opposite direction. They light from two sides. So I think I'll conclude my remarks with that. I thank you very much again for your invitation and the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin. We can also take this microphone here. I hope it's working. So I have one or two questions for you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm having so many questions, so I'm trying to choose one here. Okay, so you said that the work, Gunnar Birkerts' work, speaks for itself. So was it difficult to write a book on a work that speaks for itself?
Well, can you hear me? All right, yes. Gunnar's work speaks for itself, but I'm an academic. So, with apologies. So, and I've always enjoyed writing. I've always found it, I think you can speak intelligently about architecture without exaggeration, without resorting to justify architecture in terms of other disciplines. I've always enjoyed just looking at buildings and seeing if I could understand them. I've always enjoyed then speaking to my students and saying, here's what I think is working here. Here's how it works. And that has become my interest in light as well. I'm interested in how did they make that happen? So Gunnar was a man of, he made the objects, he made the spaces, and left it for the rest of us to understand and talk about the work.
Thank you. You also had a personal relationship with Gunnar Birkerts, and Birkerts, as an architect, almost like an artist, was expressing himself through his work, right? So, I wonder, how do you place the person and the work? What is the connection between the character as a real life person and then the realized architectural built environment?
The idea of connecting an artist with his or her work is something we could talk about for a long time. In fact, that was essentially the subject of my master's thesis years ago, and I have returned to it. I would just say this, that if you take art history courses, there's no hesitation on the part of art historians to talk about paintings, sculptures, in terms of the architect's biography, his or her history, his life, and saying only a person who was this could have done something like that. But we rarely talk about architectural history in those terms. That is to say, architects somehow have been able to hide a little bit because maybe the practicality of her work. But I maintain, and I've made this assertion in another book I'm working on, that if architects knew how much they were revealing about themselves personally in their work, they might go into another line of work. You can't hide if you're an artist. You cannot hide. You say things about yourself that you cannot say in any other work. This is not meant to psychoanalyze. I'm not qualified. I'm only a licensed architect. But we do reveal ourselves through our work. And I think the one obvious thing about Gunnar Birkerts and his work is, of course, his connection with his family and their interest in the culture of Latvia through folklore, right? They analyzed stories, he told stories through his work that says a lot about what is meaningful to him.
Thank you. One final question. When with passing time, we look at architects of previous eras from a different point of view, and some of them gets more recognition in time. Is Gunnar Birkerts one of them, do you think?
I think you're asking me how his reputation will continue. That's a great question. I think we would agree that reputations wax and wane, right? Sometimes reputations recede for a while, they reemerge. In the United States, do you know the work of R.M. Schindler? Are you familiar with Schindler? Yeah. His work was overshadowed by people in the 60s, like an occasional colleague, Richard Neutra, and of course Frank Lloyd Wright. And then people like David Gebhard, the historian, whom I knew a little bit, and Esther McCoy in California. Both California and American historians revived his reputation to the point where there are many books that have been written. So, and I'm working on a book about Charles Moore. He was one of the most well-recognized, interesting architects in the latter half of the 20th century, at least in the United States. And his reputation has waned as well. And we'll just have to see. The major point, though, especially since we're all here today, and I speak as a person who wrote about this building before it was built, which is dangerous, is there's so much you can learn from walking around this building. So whatever the reputation of Gunnar Birkerts or any other architect might be, I encourage everyone, especially students, to walk around the building. Just to be in the building, to walk around it, to look at it, to understand how it works. That will tell you what you need to know.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thanks very much for your attention. This is for you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin Schwartz with FDN. It was very interesting and such a project probably none of us known before. Very inspirational. So we will continue with the second keynote speaker, Pierre Olaf Fjeld, with moderator Helena Gutman. She will give a short introduction to the speaker. Please, on the stage.
Hello, everyone. I am delighted to introduce another special speaker today, Per Olaf Fjeld, to introduce a teacher, an architect and a teacher. Per, his whole life gave to the students to translate what is architecture to young minds. He worked he's Professor Emeritus at Oslo School of Architecture, but I would say professor is never emeritus, professor is professor. And he also several years served as a rector of this school. Pierre Olaf was very active in education. He was leading and participating in the International Laboratory of Architecture and Urban Design. And the whole life he looked in the work of two great architects, the architect Louis Kahn and his close friend Sverre Fehn. So today we will hear this story about these architects.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here, and it's great to be part of this beautiful building for a day. So, thank you for that. Coming from the north, natural light is very much part of your rhythm of daily life. Each season has its own time aspect, which trigger different thoughts, activities, and way of living. The long days of summer lights are very different from the dark fall and the cold winters, very different from the hope and inspiration that belongs to the spring as the days grows longer and longer. The seasonal light that you are born into follows you the rest of your life. You simply have no escape from it. Near the equator is yet another light. The shadows are sharp, distinct, and the night pitch black. This light condition forms memories and belongs to a particular place. And so it is with an architect as well. Wherever you work and build, the light you were born into will in some way influence your thinking and your creative approach. This is evident in both the architects that I will briefly talk about this morning, the Pritzker Prize-winning architect Sverre Fehn and the world-famous architect Louis I. Kahn. Kahn's first critical childhood years before moving to Philadelphia were on the island of Saaremaa in Estonia. Fehn lived and worked his entire life in Norway, and this is a midsummer night in a town where he spent most of his youth. These are not in order. These slides are not in order. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, they are not in order. Yeah. I will try to do my best then. Sverre Fehn and his creative approach. We are never able to escape our own shadow and the imprint upon the earth as it follows the movement of the sun. The lonely person out there is only accompanied with his own shadow, his unbearable situation. We are dependent upon shelter from protection from nature, but also in his inherent power as both an individual and a social collective. The connection with tree is established as a shelter. The shadow from the tree and the human shadow melts together, and one is no longer alone. Architecture is rooted to place, yet it is earthbound. Place and light follow one another. As Breton architecture seems to have the same expression everywhere, as is seldom rooted to a particular place identity. Fehn talked about the animal in man, and that we have gradually lost the power an animal has of reading the place. We are about to lose the the unique relationship between place and space, which gives architecture its individual or specific identity. He also talked about a room within yourself. We have a room within ourselves, not separate from the room of architecture or the room of nature, meaning that we are linked. We are all connected as an integral part of a spatial sequence. And that inside and outside is the same. We occupy as much space inside as that of the outside, and we are not able to escape that we require our space. In this is also a social aspect, to be alert to life complexity in the aim to transform this complexity into an architectural content. And certainly then the social awareness and the complexity that that has. The Schreiner house, a direct confrontation with the wooded sides, give a clear place identity with nature. The sliding doors allows the interior space a direct connection, as the entire facade can open up and is create a feeling of living outside and inside at the same time. The fall facing the street has few openings, thus you are drawn towards the opposite open facade and the forest. The central space, a unit that contains the kitchen and bath and everything that belongs to water. For Fehn, this was to be the center, emphasizing the importance of water for survival. The fireplace is a central space and social object in the house. Light enters between the wall and the roof, mixing the light from the large openings. Proceeding details and good craftsmanship were essential in all of his work. A picture from the opening. Fehn was only 32 years old when he won the competition. He drew the project alone. The model, and here is from the opening. The model, a square of 37 by 37 meter, framed by a wall that serves as a primary support for the roof inside the square. Inside then, there are different layers, each one has a light intensity. It is a very strong relationship between material, structure, and light, based on the search for new materials. The main laminated beams, a new invention at the time, have a span of 35 meters and 1 meter high and 5 meters apart. The plexiglass column searched for a structure that cast no shadow, that changed the established relationship between structure, shadow, and light. And there's a sequence of spaces with different light conditions: open to the sky, transparent material cocoon sprayed on nylon threads, and the dark, opaque places. All these spatial situations were contained within the wall. The relationship between inside and outside, along with the various light intensities, are in constant transformation. The transparent roof. Fehn insisted that only originals were to be displayed. Here is a painting by Edvard Munch. Fehn's relationship to the displayed object. There is really no time to go into there, but the shadow of the object was essential for him. The shadow of the object reached the floor. The shadow of the object reached the floor, the ground, as there should be no intermediate shadow and in-between shadow. Fehn was also the site manager at the age of 32, a huge responsibility for a very young architect. He did not use the entire site, sensing some of the original site identity should remain untouched. And the Norrköping house. As a form, the facade is difficult to comprehend from the outside. The plan is a Greek cross. The interior sliding walls can transform from 1 room to 9 rooms. As a spatial sequence, the house can react to different life and family situations. When the son leaves for college, his room returns to the common room. The fireplace is tucked into the dark masonry wall which faces the north, and its lights belongs to the night. Here is also a central space that are lit from all sides. And the child plays in the light, in the corner light. And the glazed corners is completely open to the outdoor as a threshold between inside and outside. Also, the opening for ventilation also serves as a light source. I don't know what have been doing with the slides, but I'm sorry for that. The Nordic Pavilion in Venice. In one sense, it's a spatial instrument where daylight plays an essential role. The large tree is protected by the structure. Here, it is more of a spatial object in search of a connection between the human, architecture, and nature. The relationship between structure and light is in some way absolute. And on the plan, there is only one column. The main double beam spans 34 meters. The double roof structure runs 2 ways. Each beam is only 6 centimeters thick, with height of 110 centimeters. Thus, the light filters through a space with a height of 220. The trees to the site find their way through the 2 layers of the roof. The interior reveals very much a unique spatial energy, sort of a silent light condition without distinct shadow, almost a diffuse Nordic light. There is a strong interaction and a connection between the visitor, the space, and nature. And as a response to the topography, the slope of the original site is mirrored in the pyramidal stair. Here is under the direction of it. Originally part of a Bishop Manor house that underwent numerous changes through the ages. It was a barn before it became a museum. When Fest was introduced to the project, this was the space he met. The ruin dates from the middle of the 13th century and up. And how do you start such a project? Fern sets up ramps and plateaus to generate or add other spatial layers inside the barn. But the identity of the ruin serves as a mediator between all the new layers. Fern respected the ruin openings. The spatial identity of the ruin and its light remain intact. The opening is not restored. Only a rectangular sheet of glass is attached to the stone wall. The ramps and the plateau above the ruin carry a spatial layer of their own, but the light is set by the ruin. Fair talk here about the built horizon. In particular, the question, where do I place the human between heaven and earth? Fair regarded this as a crucial architectural decision within the creative process itself. Where do I place you between heaven and earth? and the material to do so, the ramp and the stair. The objects are placed or that are found inside the barn itself. There is a continuous dig. So whatever is found, you take it up and display it. And it's more or less that of daily objects that are found, but the way they are displayed, one understands it then better. The light, the particular light that belongs to each of the objects, and the story that belongs to each of the objects. For example, this hole here that runs through the metal sheet of 1 centimeter. Let's talk for a moment then. I will end with Fen. Light is not transformed through technical devices to exchange or give identity to a space. Rather, light is rooted within the identity of the space itself. Kant's relationship to light is rather complex, as it's deeply embedded in his creative process and the creative act itself. We have no time to go deeper into this content, but we can touch upon some remarks that were always with him. In silence, a will to express, the hope or desire to reach an idea. In light, a will to be, to make the physical possible. And that all matter is spent light. It is light when finished being light becomes material. And that all matter is spent light, as I said, when finished being light becomes material. The Exeter Library. You can see here the rendering of the facade, expressing in light and darkness. We very much talk about architecture in the making, a relationship between structure, material, and daylight. Reading is the facade in relation to the opening and the indication of the different rooms inside. On the ground level, you walk around the entire building in a search for an entrance, protection the outside, and yet a direct connection. And here comes then the Weiss House that should be the beginning of this talk about Kant. This looks like more or less a normal house when you see it on the outside. When coming inside, you have this panel that works with the day and light conditions. And then you can sort of enter the mood within your own, the way that you search for a particular mood inside the space can be controlled by the panel itself. Inside there is, well, you can see its tendency of a Frank Lloyd Wright, but with the panels it's a complete different house. I don't know what I've done to the slides, but here you can see the drawing of it. And the reading of the Exeter that I just talked about. From the different openings, you can also read the different light condition inside. And that you can walk around the building from the ground, searching for the way to enter. And finally up, you go up this beautiful stair of concrete and travertine, and you pause for a moment, and you reach this very, very large space in a certain way that is lit from above, and with this large openings that takes or sucks in the light in different ways. And here, as a corner reading, you can read the way the building is made through the way you read it in the facade. The plan and the section. What is unique in this building is that each spacer layer has its structure. It's a structure for the large open space, it's a structure for the books, and it's a structure where you read. So you read in between different type of structural identity, or you go to the surface, or do go to the facade of the building, in which then you have your own desk, and through panels you can move the light in a way that fits you. The ventilation and structural identities then works between these structural layers. And on top, there is the open space, very different from what you met in the beginning. Order is, it should be a complete other place, but order is, Kahn said. But he added, order does not imply beauty. If we look for a moment at the Kimball Art Museum, large structural walls open to the garden on one side and complemented a long wall on the other side, protected from sunlight but in direct contact with the building and the garden. It is already from the beginning a rather dense spatial experience. And you meet a set of stairs along the way, assigned to enter. You walk under a cluster of trees. And for Kahn, a tree should never stand alone. It's always asked for connection with other trees and their shadow. And light captured inside a spatial sequence that also acts as a clock. It offers a reading of time as a consequence of the relationship between structure and light. Light and time captures inside this outdoor space. And the plan of the building, there is hardly anything there. Only one reads it as a set of columns and some inside open spaces. As a plan, it reveals an order, but its spatial information stops here. I find this very interesting in the way that from the plan you can reveal a spatial order, but in the adding of Kahn's sentence, but it does not imply beauty. The scale of the vault is the same as the one we meet outside. The light enters from the top and is then articulated to serve the displayed object below. Kahn said there should be no room without daylight. And then the articulation of the daylight entering the space. Daylight enters at the point where different, and then daylight enters at the point where different structures meet. And then the chords that are given name by the intensity of light, the yellow, blue, and green chords. And each chord receives its name in relation to its light intensity. The auditorium scale repeats the scale of the vault. And here as another of the green quartz. Early sketch with a garden of trees in the open space between the biological towers. In a meeting with Louis Barron commented that there should be no trees here, and Kahn took to his advice. Entrance space that in some way takes you by surprise. There is just a mass of light, and you are in that mass. Dr. Salt asked for a space that in some way had the capacity to realize creative thoughts and energy, and he received that. The section of the building itself, Dr. Salt. Daylight enters deep into the building. And it follows you on top. And in the afternoon, the light and the material really comes together as one and the same. In the study cell, he uses direct light. Indirect light. It first touches the wall before it enters the space. The outdoor room is mass. It's static, but light as a room is in constant transformation. The spatial mass and its light at night. And I have to touch upon the hollow column. Kahn introduced this term hollow column in his search for a new relationship between the room, its structure, and light. He first used the term hollow column while he was working on the Trenton bathhouse. He named the corner structure a hollow column. This idea was later developed and fully expressed in his proposal for the Mikvah Israel Synagogue in Philadelphia. Here's the model and a plan of it. The hollow column was regarded as a functional space, but that its main responsibility was to give light to the ambulatory. The hollow column here, which then means that the light for the ambulatory space had already been taken care of by the way of the hollow column, meaning that the main space was freed of making opening for light. This allowed for a greater structural freedom and form in itself. Okay, I will go very fast. There's not so much left. Toyo Ito was inspired by the notion of the hollow column in his Mediatek building. This is one of Kahn's last work, finished just before he died. He talked about the house in class as it was under construction at the time. Visiting the house many years later, I was oddly surprised. I sent a Nordic attitude, not only in relation to a spatial form aspect, but in search for a particular light, a touching reminder of the childhood light. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the pictures. They were not complete in order. Thank you.
We didn't notice. It was wonderful. Thank you so much for very inspirational talk. and visual talk. I'm very delighted as landscape architect to see that. I have noticed several questions for you, and I will tell what about these questions, and you will choose 3, okay? What is the best for you? So the first question, one question is about the light and landscape. Another question is about the light and landscape. Yeah. Another question is about Sverre Fan as your friend and your book. Another question about animal blindness, visual, sensual, and light. And the last question is about the challenge in the materialization of the light. What is best? What would you like to answer? Which of the questions? I will form, so one of them or 3 of them. Landscape, Sverre, animal, and challenge.
Well, I will do my best.
Yeah, about what would you like to
I think I would start with Sverre Fan.
With
Sverre Fan, the architect.
With Sverre Fan. So okay. The question about Sverre Fan is, I understood he was your close friend, no? Sverre?
Yes. Yes. We taught together for 30 years,
yes.
And I worked in an office, and I written numerous books on him.
Yeah, and
so I knew him very well.
Yeah, you wrote numerous books about him. So my question is, what was the motivation and the drive to write about your friend?
Well, I have my whole education in the States. I was a student of Louis Kahn, the last class before he died. Then I had been in the States for 7 years, and I felt it was about time to go home again. And I heard about this architect, Sverre Fan. And I went to his office, always a very small office, never more than 4 people at the time. And I asked for a job. And he paused for a while, and a couple of days after, he said yes. And the time in his office and the time with the 30, 40 years after then was sort of a continuation of the being in the class of Louis Kahn. It was the same intensity. I would say also the same in search for an architectural identity. So in that sense, I felt very lucky to be part of a person with such a strong personal strength and very much very great architect. But to connect him with Louis Kahn and was very important for me at that time. So the years together with him was a very rewarding year. He was the same age as Birke. So they are both 100 now.
Why did you write a book about him? Why?
Well, again, I have to come back from when I came back to Oslo after so many years in the States. He showed me his work, and I said, Mr. Fan, I think this work need an international audience more than it had at the time. Though he turned very famous early in life by the Bristol Pavilion and the Venice Pavilion. But, and I have always been interested in writing. I feel it's very much part of sort of defining one's own thoughts. To write the first book on him, very naive, in a very naive way, in the young way. And it was then published by Rizzoli in '83 in New York.
Thank you. And the last question is about the challenge. In the process of materialization of light, what is the most challenging?
Oh, I think light is the most challenging and the most beautiful material you can work with in architecture. For the first, it doesn't cost anything. For the other, it is the key issue in any space. The way light enters the space. So I agree on Khan, there is not really that much architecture without daylight. So I think it's an incredible source. And I think it's an incredible source for any young people, any old people, to work with. Because it's so, it is, you will never be able to, it will always be material that has the capacity to revitalize architecture. And we will and should always be in search of that. It's a true key material for all the other materials that we work, and that makes light possible to work with. So it's an endless inspiration, I would say. And as I stated in the beginning, that you can never really escape from it. It's with you wherever you are, and to open yourself into that source of light, I think it's very inspiring and very important.
Thank you so much. We don't have time for more questions, but again, very wonderful lecture about lecture supposed to be about architecture, but it was about landscape and man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thank you, first two speakers and moderators. Now, let's have a well-deserved 15-minute coffee break. Yes, it is set up downstairs in the basement area. The stairs are next to this entrance to this room. Enjoy, guys. So, dear guests, we invite you to get back to your seats. We will shortly continue. So I hope you enjoyed this short coffee break, talking with your colleagues and friends. Now we will continue with the third keynote speaker. I will now invite on the stage Dirk-Jan Postel with moderator, architect Liena Šiliņa, who will give a short introduction to the speaker on the stage. Please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to an architect, Dirk-Jan Postel. Dirk-Jan is a practicing architect in Rotterdam, and for over 30 years he has worked on various scales, ranging from large-scale urban developments and to intimate private residences and pavilions. Among his most renowned works is a museum in Worlinden that has won several awards, including RIBA Award for International Excellence in 2018, and also Dutch Ambassador's Residence in Beijing, which also has been recognized as the best residential project in China in 2008. And his influence extends beyond his practice. He's also teaching and lecturing around the globe, and he's also teaching at RIXArch here. And I had a chance to talk to students, and they all admitted that you are a very knowledgeable mentor and also a very approachable and friendly person, and I think that's sometimes even more important than all of the awards. Dirk-Jan has also contributed to architectural discourse through various publications. His book Transparencies has been published in 2008 and followed by Extended Spaces last year. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Dirk-Jan Postel on the stage, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you also for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you here in this remarkable building today. First of all, I want you to, let me see if I get the next one on. Yeah. I want you to imagine a place in the south of France where there is no artificial light in the night. This is increasingly rare, of course, that we have no light pollution. And imagine that we, in this place, which is so natural still, we create a theater in the hill, like the Greeks did and the Romans did. And imagine that we will concentrate, we will focus the light of the full moon on the stage by specially designed mirrors, so to create the theater of the full moon. Indirect light in its best form, of course, coming from the sun and transferred to us by the moon. And now imagine that on stage appears a dancer, illuminated by the moonlight, and a photographer takes her picture, movement captured by moonlight. In fact, this is not an imagination, it's real. It's the theater of the full moon in Gourgoubès in the south of France, near Montpellier. The picture was taken by my French friend, Armenian photographer Rajak Ohanian. The dancer on stage is the Swedish star Carolina Karlsson. The theater was conceived by and created by Humbert Camerlot, and the mirrors are designed by a team from Arab, led by Peter Rice, one of the most esteemed engineers of the last century, who paid tribute to this endeavor in his book, An Engineer Imagines. And the funny thing is, I have seen it for myself. If you concentrate the moonlight 30, 40 times by mirrors, you get to see the most beautiful colors. It's not that cold light anymore. And perhaps we should investigate if the development of the human eye is influenced by moonlight rather than sunlight, because of the limits you have at night as a human being. So this is a story about indirect light. In fact, you can argue that all light is indirect because we only see it when it falls on something. And in analogy with the pictures from the cave of Plato, we're not moving out and seeing the world of outside the cave. We're also not interested in the world of shadows and appearances, as Plato is describing it. The fascinating thing about this, the matter of light, and this congruence, hence, is that we are in between. We try to capture the light itself. And of course, light is a very natural thing, and when we shelter ourselves and create buildings, architecture, and the arch of the roof that we put over things and walls, then we make a hole in it so that you get the space illuminated. And I think one of the best examples in balance of opening up and redirecting the light and feeling the way the sun moves is the Pantheon in Rome. So that's a start for all of us. But I will mainly talk about light in relation to art. And of course that starts also by this mere necessity of having light before you could illuminate your studio by electrical, artificial light. This is the studio of a Dutch painter, RIXarch, who became famous in Paris in the 19th century. And you see there's still a sense of clair-obscur. There's the dark parts, but both from the roof and from the northern light, he gets his illumination in the studio. In modernism, we opened up more, like the studio of Amédée aux Enfants by Le Corbusier. And you see there's already much more light, probably the east and the north, and also the roof, which unfortunately is now closed, but in the pictures of the construction you can still see there is a combination of direct light from the north and indirect light from the roof. And this became more or less the standard for modern museums that were also based in the 19th century, like the Louvre on the right of the picture, and the Dordrecht Museum that I had the chance to restore some 15 years ago. This was all basically 19th century stuff, had a glass roof and some sort of vellum or matted glass to spread the light into the galleries and to lit during the day the paintings. And this functional standard of having northern light became modernized in functionalism, like in the archives of Bauhaus by Walter Gropius, finished after his death in 1979. And a good example of it, very precise, well done example, is the Müller Museum in Otterlo in the Netherlands by Wim Quist, more or less of the same period. So that is a standard, having northern light evenly spread and the same almost all of the day, independent of weather conditions. It seemed to be that this was this tooth-thole roof were the standard of museums forever. Until, that is, I happened to see the Menil Museum in Houston, designed by Renzo Piano, in the late 80s. I was a student and a scholar, and I traveled around and could see the building just before it opened, and I was completely struck by the idea of it, the combination of light treatment and construction. So the making of it was important to me. And also the concept, because it's a private collection, as are many of the collections in the US, and also therefore many of the museums are given the names of their founders and collectioners. And the idea is that the basic concept of it are these leaves, these long deflectors of light. And the audacity of the concept is that it's no longer northern light, but reflected southern light. And this is an important step. And it also belongs to the idea of a private collection, because in your home, you also have the changes of light, as everyone knows. So there may be a bit of light on you hang your first paintings on the walls of your house, and there's a change of light all the time. So to a private collection, it seems appropriate to have changing light, and you can see if it's cloudy or not, or that there's a cloud over the sun, or it's bright, clear sky, or that it's by the end of the day when the light color's a little bit more orange or warm. And this is accepted. So it's less neutral, but more specific. And this was something which struck my mind. I wrote an article about it at the time, saying that this to me was the perfect roof, and that I felt you couldn't do better, and if you build a museum, you would always have to do this. And now, 30 years later, I found out you can do better. In fact, I could do better, which was a great experience for me. I'll tell you. One of the things is that you let the light in, the glass roof is on top. So the heat comes in. And in Houston, energy is very cheap, so they are cooling like mad because but the energy costs are very low in Houston, in Texas. So that's why you can do it. But we can do better now, I tell you, and I'll explain to you. There's an interesting case of two buildings that were finished at the same time, the North Wing of the Chicago Art Institute and the Brandhorst Museum in Munich, one by Renzo Piano Building Workshop and the other by Sauerbuch Hütten. Finished at the same time. And also with light designers of the same group, namely Arab. And one of the assistants of Peter Rice at the time for the Theater of the Full Moon was Andrew Satchwick, and he designed both light concepts. And they are quite different, but they start the same. It's all about filtering and changing the light to a level which is acceptable to the inner galleries, which means you have to accept less than 1% of the light which is outside. So it's a lot of treating the light. It's a difficult tiger to tame, daylight. And the big difference starts with the approach to artificial light, which is an issue in itself. Often you see architects did a great thing in getting natural light in and mess up when they have to add artificial light, which of course you have to do for evenings and in our moderate climates like here in Latvia, but also in the Netherlands, also for November, December, January, the dark month of the year. So first of all, the Chicago Art Institute has a roof which filters the light and let northern light in. So still northern light. It's the flying carpet, architecturally very important. And then you filter it down so you have the glass roof under it, which is then already protected from direct sunlight. So a bit better in that sense than the menil. And also it opens up, the north wing, as the name says, opens up towards the north to have dramatic views over the Millennium Park, which is adjacent. So it's very elaborated, complex filter on the roof, which, by the way, also allows a little bit of reflections of southern light. So already there's a bit of color. And you have these glass roofs, which in this case, when I took the picture with my client, was blinded because of the way they wanted to focus on the art, but which can be open. And it's important in such cases to see a little bit of what is happening above your head, to understand where the daylight comes from. If you don't, you assume there will be some fluorescent light tubes somewhere that gives you the light. So it's essential that you see where it comes from, that there's it's a veil, not a voile, not something which is completely intransparent. On the other hand, it needs to be not too dominant, so to focus on the art. And of course, outside, it is an important architectural gesture, this roof. Well, the 3 floors, so the lower floors, in fact, only the upper one has this roof light, and the lower floors are lit, and this is sort of standard in American museums, standard by track-mounted halogen light, which is quite warm and feels nice, but you can argue if that is the best light for, especially for paintings, because it's quite difficult to get the right light, artificial light on paintings. And you see the way it works, the combination of these sculptures with the view on Chicago. That's quite, it's well detailed, and it's American standard. So a bit more specific, I would say, is the approach of the Brandhorst Museum in Munich, where in fact in one museum you find 3 different strategies for letting the light enter the building. And the basic idea is here to use as much daylight as you can and to suppress the idea of artificial light as much as you can. So first of all, it's a celebration of daylight, which is carbon-free, which is sustainable, and it's nice. And of course, they also need artificial light, but they try to not emphasize the presence of it. The first strategy is to let light in from the roof. And whereas the advantage of the Chicago Art Institute is that you don't have moving parts because of this fixed and elaborated filter of the floating roof, the flying carpet. Here in the upper part, they have quite a sophisticated system, as you can see, of louvers that change and dim the light before it enters through the ceiling. And this ceiling is completely translucent, so you don't see where the light comes from. Therefore, I always have the impression that there will be some fluorescent bulbs over my head, whereas it's pure natural daylight. A second strategy, and this is a very audacious one, is to let light in vertically and divert it horizontally and then again spread it over the walls. This is the lower gallery, then still enjoys daylight, which is by these lenses in the acrylic screen outside directed into a parabolic ceiling over the louvers. And the louvers help to spread that light evenly. And of course, the inner wall, which is in the right of the scheme, would naturally be more lit than the one that is facing the inside of the outer facade on the left. But by directing these louvers and by doing the calculations, which of course now we are able to do, Arab managed to get a sort of even spread of the natural light on the ground floor area. And then the third strategy is on the right of the scheme, which is to get light into the lower galleries, even into the basement, which you can see. So first of all, by a northern window with screens, you get the light into the staircase. And then the lower floors, which is the gallery on the right downstairs, gets light projection from the ground floor. And as you can see, there is in the area on the side, there is this roof of steel frames that let the light in horizontally and let it get down to have. So it's quite an audacious thing to have in one museum 3 different strategies of light treatment and to get daylight almost anywhere. So this was all in my mind when we started the Voorlinde Museum in Wassenaar. And my client was advised not to have daylight at all by a famous director of museums, art museums in the Netherlands. So I had to convince him that it would be a good idea. Normally, you don't have the money to do it, but in this case, money was not the issue. So I took him to the United States, and we visited many of the museums there, all of them with daylight, and eventually he became convinced of the concept. And it's important when you have a museum that opens up towards the outside. It's a beautiful site near the dunes, near the sea, and near The Hague, and that there is a balance between visible daylight and the light that comes from the roof. It helps to avoid this idea of counterlight, which can be a nuisance to perceiving the art and perceiving the space. The brief was to have 3 different parts in the museum. The private collection, which changes every half year, something like that. So this guy wants to show what he has. Then there's a part where they have loans and specially dedicated changing exhibitions once every 3 months or 4. And eventually a part where they have fixed works, which you cannot remove easily, especially this is a huge sculpture by Ron Muick on the right, but most conspicuous is as you can see on the right as well, the open-ended sculpture by Richard Serra. And as you can see in the plan of the museum, there are 3 parts. On the left is this private collection. The middle is also very well protected, and you can have the changing exhibitions. Recently, Anselm Kiefer, Nick Cave is there on stage right now. We had Picasso and Giacometti. And on the right, you see these fixed works, like a room by James Turrell, a swimming pool by Ehrlich, and the sculpture of Richard Serra. Ideas to have servicing walls, the idea came from Louis Kahn, mentioned in earlier keynotes, speeches. And also you see there's a tripartite division by which you can also, perpendicular to the main structure of the museum, you can see the outside. So when you get in, which is on the top, you also look out, as can be seen in the next picture. So you get this sense of different light, one directly to the outside, and the others where you get already a sense of the light of the galleries. And this is all done by the roof. So that was, in fact, the most important part of the concept and a key to the application of natural light. And whereas the question is always the same, how can we treat and direct the light and get it down from something between 50 and 100,000 lux to the required 600 or even less lux light level, it turns out to be a different design concept every time, which is fascinating. So that is why I will never say again that you cannot improve the concept. It's a sort of a constant design challenge. Here the idea was to have light tubes that would reflect the southern light. So I emphasize that it was the idea of having reflected southern light instead of northern light, also because it belonged to the idea of showing a private collection. And in the Netherlands, the steepest angle is about 60 degrees, 62. And as we all know from school, you have this square root of 3 times the diameter of the tube, and then the sun never enters. And then we cut it off so that we let the light in a bit more, so help the reflection. And this was tested in many ways, but very primitively, we cut off sewage pipes and made our own cardboard stuff to have the first test. And later on, we tested a 1 to 10 model where we 3D printed the roof and did a lot of tests. You can see the arm of Andrew Sedgwick mounting the light meter. And we also established the glossiness of the roof panels and how it would influence the light level. So we came to the end to the idea that something up to 800 lux was okay. So this defined the ratio between the hole and the diameter of the hole and the surface of the panels. Well, that seemed to be enough, and our client, as in the Chicago Art Institute, had asked to refrain from moving parts in the roof. So you see the first test panel here, but then he started to have contracts about the first exhibitions and to get loans in from Centre Pompidou and the Chicago Art Institute and MoMA, etc. And in those contracts, you often see that the maximum level is 200 lux. So you have to guarantee that there is no more than that. Well, there's a problem, because of course, it would be easy to make less holes, but then the light level in, say, October, November, or February would be too little to speak about natural daylighting. So you need, in fact, quite a good percentage of openings. But then, 200 lux, you'll never make it in summer. You need to close it. So what happens is that from an orthogonal order of the bulbs, we went to a diagonal, 45 degrees order, enable us to shift over a second sheet of with an electric motor, which you see in the lower right part. So to be able, like diaphragms, to close the roof and to arrive at this 200 lux level. The tragic of the story is that the museum is now open for 7.5 years, and nobody came to control, and nobody ever closes this roof. It's always what it was meant to be in the early stages. Well, so here again you see how important it is to have some idea of how it works and to be able to look through the vellum and experience the daylight, though not too much, to remain and having the focus on the works of art. So in the galleries you see this vellum which spreads the light which comes down through on the walls, and in the part which was right in the plan, which is for the sculptures and the fixed work, we have left out this vellum, so the light comes in more vertical and more raw, and you get this. You also experience the way the roof works. So there are, in fact, two parts of the roof. This is how it works, and here also the second part of the story, the artificial light comes in. So the roof protects from direct sunlight in the interior, both by spreading out, by cantilevering over the building, and also by these tubes that redirect southern light reflected into the main galleries. There's a glass roof, of course, to protect it from rain and the climate. And under the glass roof is that vellum which spreads the light on the walls. Now, how to integrate artificial light? And here we were helped by recent technology, EI, better and more sophisticated LED lighting, as you can see, which is held by Andrew Sedgwick in my office. 60 watt, which is quite a lot for LED. And it's so small that we managed to integrate it in the mullions of the glass roof outside. It's an uplight that lights the roof and redirects the light inside. So first of all, there's a very smooth balance between artificial and natural light. Sometimes you can completely do without, most of the time, by the way. But if you need it, you can add it a little bit, a bit more, and eventually the artificial light takes over. Second, so it's very smooth and very minimalistic, and you don't see the light. Well, if you know, you see the reflections of the uplights in the flange of the steel beams. But that is only if you know it, I think. The inside, it feels very natural. And also because the heat level of the LED lighting is outside, we managed to get out of 3 air treatment machines to get 1 out. So it's also very, in the sense of sustainability and minimalizing the use of energy, is a very good gesture. So it felt very satisfying to have this combination of artificial light and daylight in this way, and that the light always comes from the same place, i.e. the roof, although from opposite parts of it. Of course, the artificial light reflects on the white, and the daylight comes through the holes. Yeah. So it's that sense of integration and minimalism which was quite satisfying. If you ever go to Amsterdam by plane, and try to sit on the right side, because if you fly over the museum, you see this roof. It's not Photoshop montage or whatever. It's reality. This is taken from the Google Maps. So it's a very Cartesian roof, which continues also over the galleries where there is no daylight. So it's also an icon of the museum. The only deviation or the only intrusion is you see the little hole. This is the hole in the wall of the James Turrell space. But in fact, the roof became the main architectural gesture of the museum. And this is, well, almost by night you can see it's autumn, and the way the artificial light works for the museum when there's no daylight. I told you at the beginning this was a story about indirect light, and we started with the moon. And as a small dessert, I want to give you the opposite. And this is my last slide. It's the hut of the English author George Bernard Shaw, where he was writing his books. And he liked sun. So this, as you can probably see underneath, it's built on a circle. And by his foot, he can turn the hut always towards the sun. So it's what they call in Italian girasole, the sunflower. This little hut is like a sunflower and always turning towards the sun, which I think is a very optimistic metaphor to end with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And especially thank you for sharing those both aspects of architecture, poetic one and also the data-driven, which is probably as important in this case. I think that for most people, a relationship with light is similar, like with breathing, that we normally don't notice that in everyday life. Do you remember the moment when you start to more consciously think about light? Was it before studies of architecture or later during in your career?
Well, yeah. Well, there are a few important moments. One, but it's still an abstraction, and it's I would say professional abstraction. The moment when I understood the concept of the light treatment of the Menil Museum was, of course, very important to me. But I was already a professional, you could say, at that stage. So I think the early senses of light are all, you know, the way you had been growing up, and I sensed that this morning there was a lot about Nordic light, and which is connected to the idea of seasons also. So it would be interesting to have someone from the south where light can be your enemy, you know. So Campo Baeza or Rafael Moneo or so. Anyway, so that is, but we all have that sense of you wake up and you see Eastern light coming into your bedroom or something like that, you know, so that we all have those experiences with us. And Humbert Camerlot, the one who conceived the theater of the full moon, had a lot of imagination about redirecting light. So to get, for instance, the idea of having daylight in a basement, or what happens is that you have daylight in parking garages, which used to be awful spaces, but when all of a sudden you see daylight, and that sense that Martin was also showing of being underground but not feeling underground, these experiences add to your toolkit to treat architecture, and it's true that most architects work too much on the plan because it's functional, and too little on the section. So that is interesting, and of course I got impressed. I have stayed a couple of times overnight in the La Tourette monastery of Le Corbusier near Lyon. And you see how he treats the light, of course, in the church, in the chapel, but also the fact that at the end of a corridor, he has a window, but not direct light, because it's sort of a nuisance when you walk to light in a dark space. And I once had to reform a local government in the Netherlands, and I beautiful big stairs up, but I got sort of, you know, I didn't like the way the light was coming towards me, and then I found out that it was a very good architect who did the building in the late 60s, that it was against his will that this stair was made, and he forgot to remove the window, so I could correct him. It was the governor who wanted to have this monumental staircase in the wrong place, in a sense, but sort of. Well, you know, there are many of those instances that you know you have to treat the light well, and on the other hand, if the building gets to be finished, so during construction, you always get presents.
You have also both worked in Europe, across Europe, and also in Beijing.
Yeah.
Was it working with light differently there?
Oh, it was a complete adventure. I have compared it with making a modern building in the times of Tugendhathaus and the villas of Le Corbusier, in the sense that you want to be technically sophisticated, but the society is not ready for it. So you get this, and in some cases the Chinese were very much ahead, so they had the most beautiful Italian cutting machines for the facade, etc. This was all very sophisticated, and in some ways they were very primitive. But very primitive cannot be also a good. So some of the things went extremely well just because they had stone masons and carpenters and you know, a real good craftsman. And let's not forget that industry can be a mixed blessing. It's, for instance, very hard to get your stuff in, like sanitary, without all the little marks on it, if it's Durafit or you know, all the, and this is a sort of, to me, it's sort of sleek advertising. I don't want it. And if I go to the spa of Peter Zumthor in Vals, I don't see anywhere that the name of the maker of the taps on the taps, you know, he would of course be mad about it. So, and this happened, so you could do things in China that you can't do in our society because you got all those, also the contractors, they want us to order the stuff and to choose a brand basically, and not to design it yourself. So there's a new balance. And that balance was a bit reversed in Beijing.
Thank you very much. I have plenty of questions. I hope I will have a chance to ask them later in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a wonderful speech, Dirk and Lena, for moderating it. So now I'm inviting on the stage Oskar Storm with moderator Barbara Bula, who will give a short introduction to the speaker. Please, both of you on the stage.
So, dear audience, we've heard today a lot architects speaking about architects and themselves and other architects, but we all know that we are not alone and we can't get a good architecture without help of another people, without their expertise and their experience and techniques. And that's why today I introduce you to a man who have been in the glass business already over 30 years, and who is familiar with production as well as with design, and who has handled over 40 glass facade projects over the world. And some say he has a passion of the visual aspects of glass, and that he is the master of the glass facade detailing. So I present to you today Saint-Gobain Glass Technical Specification Manager, Oskar Storm. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be invited here today. And to present myself, I can say that my middle name is Gunnar. And I never used to like it. But today it became a bit more comfortable, actually. Oskar Storm is my name, and I worked so hard to transmit the message of Saint-Gobain over the last 10 years in specification for Sweden and Norway that I am the first hit on Google for my name, which makes me easy to find. And I've also written a book. Oops. I brought a few copies with me, so if anybody wants it. Otherwise, it can be downloaded for free on my landing page. So, Saint-Gobain is about sustainability and innovation. And I want to start by presenting that, but not as products, but as concepts, ways of applying these things. And then also touch upon how general or specific is Saint-Gobain as a glass producer? How much do you lock yourself in with a Saint-Gobain specification? And then I focused on, the question was before, what is the biggest challenge of daylight? And I would say, or light, I would say it's thermal comfort, overheating, meeting energy standards. And so I want to discuss different roads to daylight and thermal comfort with a combination of glass and shadings. And then to discuss some new factors that I've thought about when it comes to how much window can you have in a wall? What window-wall ratio can you achieve? And also, in the end, to touch on the newer low-carbon products that are coming, that are here. So, before talking about applications, I want to say that I talk about DGU, which is double glass units, and TGU, which are triple glass units. And I want to have examples of retail applications, residential applications, and commercial applications. Starting with retail, this is really where innovation comes in. Back in the 1980s, Saint-Gobain invented the low iron non-green glass for the glass pyramids at the Louvre Museum in Paris. And that creates the whiteness of an image through the glass. And then a few years ago, we developed a low-E coating called E-glass, which is a laser-treated coating. And it, like so many solar control and energy glasses today, it takes away the reflection from the glass. But this one does it without really changing the color. So it's not yellowish or anything, it's really white. And so when looking at this store in Stockholm, it's the H&M signature store. We had the logo removed because they didn't want to have it displayed. But it was single glass, and with the energy demands on the renovation, it went to double glass. So here's like the recipe. So it's actually 2 low-E coatings and 32 millimeters of glass that you look through here. But it creates the image of a single glass, and the single glass has always been the shop front to get the view to the inside. This sounds easy, but if you do it the wrong way, you specify, I think low iron glass is correct for my shop front, then you can, in the same store chain in Malmö, the low-E glass is instead very high reflective because there are such as well. And here you can just, can you see the girl in there? There's a nose and a mouth. So leaving that, going on to residential buildings, we want big windows instead of big cars today, and we want a perfect view to outside. And then we're concerned with overheating. So we need to find some compromises there. And this is a project in Jönköping which has the lightest solar control glass on the market together with this other low-E glass. It really limits the amount of heat that comes in without really affecting the view to outside. So I think this is a new way to look at residential buildings to add a bit of solar control in the glass. And here we can see the difference. There's an open door. I never had a green laser before. If I pointed at any of you, I mean, it's going to be prison for me. So I won't, I promise. The glass is also used in a very nice museum in Stockholm. It's one of those globe-sized cinemas, so hidden behind this roof. And here we can see that with the light coming in from 2 directions, with this glass, we get like a feeling that it's not at all about solar control, that it's just about transparency. And this is a picture taken from the inside of that building, Wisdom, which also shows a bit of like where is the glass. And the most fascinating, this won a very prestigious award last year, and the most fascinating picture from it is this one, where I need the pointer again. Here you see through 2 windows because it's a corner. Here is a reflection, and here is just a view of the building. And what you can see here is that the light is corrupted a bit by the glass, in that to take away the infrared heat from the glass, you need to cut through the visible red light. So the image to the left, to the right, to the left here, it's to the right there. The image to the right is a little more bluish than the image to the left. Moving on to commercial buildings, and this doesn't look like clear glass at all, it looks like dark glass. But as the previous speaker said, that you only have so much daylight on the inside, and that means that when you have a really transparent glass and you see to the inside, it's dark. It's actually usually RAL 7043, which is called traffic gray. I like that word, because it sounds a bit boring, but it's not. This is when it's usually stuck for a while. There we go. So this is Forskaren Stockholm is the project name, and it's 3XN projects, a Danish architect. There is a detail that I didn't plan to mention, but you can see that the wood is a little more grayish here and not so much here where it's shaded. That's normal. It's a popular material called Akoya wood, and it lasts like forever. But what people usually don't understand is that this color is the same as standard wood. Anyway, that was not meant to be in this. What was here is that it's a balance of a more efficient solar control glass together with inside shadings, which is like the model in Sweden since a few years back. And it works really well. It also shows what happens when consultants come in, because up here there is no hat. I'm so surprised that there is nothing green down here. Anyway, there is no hat up here, so they needed a darker, more efficient solar control glass up above. And it's called the Extreme 6129. The only way you see it, they've been developed to have the same low reflection, the same neutral reflection. And you can see that the color on the blind is darker at the top than at the other one. It still gives like a very nice view to outside. And if you let light in through enough parts of the building, like this atrium in the old SAS headquarters in Stockholm, you can see that the solar control glass does not look any less transparent than any other glass. So this is also the same glass that takes away the heat but not the daylight. So this was just standard float glass, 2 times float in the past, and in the renovation it had to look the same. But instead in having modern solar control glass, the environment got so good both in winter and summer that now it's rentable space. So actually replacing the glass created 2,000 square meters of rentable space. And here's also the thing I like to show from the inside how it looks. And you see the open door. It's not a big transformation of the colors. All these 3 concepts can actually be studied closely out at UPB factory in Liepaja, because they are building a project called Hästen in Stockholm at the moment, in central Stockholm. And it has the E-Class plus E-Class as the shop front. In the residential part, you have the SKN 183 plus E-Class, and then in the commercial, it's Extreme 7033 plus E-Class. So that's the darkest glass. It's all on low iron glass, and I think it's going to be really beautiful. I've seen the first pictures. So next question, can we rely on just one supplier? I mean, I worked for the same supplier for 26 years, and I get paid every month, so yes, you can. We sell to glass processors that make the insulating glass units for the houses. And all these companies around the Baltic Sea is where that are companies that buy our products. So you can get offer from multiple sources even if you use just one glass suppliers. So moving on to science and number crunching. This is the not so fascinating part with not so many pictures. How do you create the combination of daylight and thermal comfort? Well, first, glass is about spectrophotometrics. What wavelengths do we transmit and which ones do we reflect back? And then you need to think about the different types of radiation. What we emit here today is we're black bodies between -50 and +100 degrees by definition, and we emit very long wave infrared energy with low efficiency. And that's what we're trying to stop from getting out of the house. What we try to stop from getting into the house is instead the solar energy, which is a black body at 5,500 degrees. It has more than half of the energy from the sun is invisible. It's infrared, it's heat. But it's not the same infrared as from what we're emitting. So it's completely different energies, and we need to handle them differently. All the glasses that I show here reflect back this energy by 97 to 99%, so it's not the problem really anymore. If we start out by focusing on getting the highest light transmission, we're at about 75%, a triple glass unit that lets in a lot of energy. If you remember the spectral curve from the sun and compare it to the spectral curve of this glass, you see that everything goes through, and it brings really nice colors. The bad part is that you need outside shading if you're at least in the south, east, and west to control the energy. And, light matters. These are pictures from Oslo. And it says 72%. And that is a calculation that was made in a building simulation program looking at how the sun acts in Norway and what the algorithm is, the standard one for controlling these shadings. And it turns out that in this building, in a south-facing window, these shadings will be shut for 72% of the time of the full working year. So all the working hours of the year, 72%, you will have it closed. So what other solutions are there? Well, solar control glass is something that I like, as I said before. And the lightest one is actually, nowadays, it's the same light transmission, more or less, that we had in standard low-E glass some 10, 15 years ago. So that can be used, and this glass I use a lot in schools in Sweden. So to think if you have a classroom, you can manage with inside shading devices. Whereas if you have a smaller room for smaller groups, you need an outside shading. But you can have the same glass all around the building. And then moving to the glass plus inside shading, which I will get back to a bit. You go down further in light transmission, but you also go down a lot in energy transmission. And you create a glass, if we look at the spectral curve, where the transmission is actually only daylight. So there are, of course, convection and stuff, but the way the coating is designed, it only lets through daylight. And that has an interesting effect on the operative temperature. Here I sit the first time behind extreme 7033, and I say light without heat because it's 26 degrees outside on this day. And I'm getting a reward, and I'm being interviewed. It's COVID, so it's recorded. So I have my 15 minutes of fame. I'm sitting there for like 15 minutes. And I don't really sweat, because the infrared energy that is gone from the sun means that I can actually endure it for quite a while. So basing facade solutions on this type of modern solar control glass makes them more resilient. So it's not like immediately when the curtain is gone, it doesn't work anymore. And then for modern houses, we can, of course, go with only a solar control glass. But the energy demands these days means that we go quite far down in light transmission. But then we get to an energy transmission below 20%, and for like an open office landscape or a classroom, that's usually what's enough. If you look at the spectral curve, it looks really wimpy compared to the other two. This is what goes through. If you look at bright red light, none of it comes through. And I want to show a reference from the inside where two To the right is extreme 7033, and to the left is extreme 5022. So you get like an image of how much more bluish it gets. So I like the middle curve in this. I put them on top of each other. By taking away a little bit of daylight, you take away a lot of heat. And then if you want to continue to take away heat, you do that only by taking away daylight. So I use only 5 things in my life, at least my working life. And it's these glasses, so you can have like a falling range of light transmission, and then you'd need different tools to control the heat. So outside shading exterior screen is like not big science. Anything you hang in front of a window will block out the heat. Inside shading is a bit more tricky, and I treat it in my next slide. It's been done with the help of Equa Simulation. It's a building simulation software producer in Stockholm that produces the software Ida Ice, which some students use in Latvia, and it's also used a lot in Scandinavia, Finland, and Dach. It was actually founded back in the 1950s. The first software was written hoping that one day a computer would be purchased to Sweden. So the roots are deep, and it was made to sell these mechanical ventilations that came back then with heat recycling. In the most modern versions, you can calculate wavelength by wavelength what energy goes through the glass, what energy is then reflected back from an inside shading. And when you do that in accordance with the European norms, you can see that you actually cut the energy transmission in more than half. There are some drawbacks to this theory, but it gives a new way of treating the energy. And I have made it slightly bigger, the 0.15, because a consultant friend told me if you design a room that cannot sustain 15% of the energy from the light coming in, then either your window is too big or your room is too small. Also, I have 2 different products. They're the most efficient on the market. They're not Saint-Gobain products. The most efficient is with PVC, and then the next one is without PVC. So that's also a choice to be made. Moving on, I don't see a problem in making a facade that can sustain winter cold. So thermal comfort in winter is more or less solved if you use the right combination. So I will skip to this slide to show the Magazine X in Uppsala, which was, I don't know what you call it, but it went into use 5 years ago. And you can see the glass. You have either 900 millimeters wide or 1800 millimeters wide and 3 meters high. So that means that you have very little frame compared to the glass. And then you can make what's called a flexo analysis to see in every point the outside temperature and the inside temperature. And this is important because when you drop very low in the U value for the facade, the heating does not turn on until it's freezing temperatures outside. So any cold bridge will become a problem because it gets the air circulating, and you might have to increase the temperature in the room by several degrees just to counter that. So cold bridges is like a thing to be avoided, and small windows are not sexy. So what does influence the window-to-wall ratio? Well, I say orientation, room size, and cooling. And I want to give a few examples to that. First, Regionens Hus in Gothenburg. It has, of course, 7033 glass and inside shading. And it also has a cooling system based on air that can give comfortable cooling at about 20 watts per square meter. The office space is 7 meters deep, and that's sort of a standard in Sweden, and I think international, to have 7 meters office space, 5 meters of meeting rooms and kitchens, and then 7 meters of office space. And the equation brings about a 40% window-to-wall ratio seen from the inside. This is how it's seen from the outside. Two things to notice. You don't really notice the inside shadings, and when you bend the glass, it actually becomes a lot more reflective because it reflects so much more of the surroundings. So 40% is a bit small, 60% is better. And this is Merkurhuset in Gothenburg, which had the same prestigious award 2 years ago. I won it 2 years on the straight. It has what's called cooling baffles, water-based cooling, and then you can go to 40 to 60 watts without having problems with draft and stuff. And with the same 7 meters deep office landscape, we end up with a 60% window-to-wall ratio from the inside, which gives much better views to the outside if you're in an office landscape and a bit further away. And it also gives this very nice matrix of brick and glass. And I see an advantage in modern solar control glazing that it's not low reflective and neutral in color, because this looks like a brick building with big windows. It doesn't look like a glass and brick facade. So cooling, that's a bad word for many people. Cooling loads, oh my God. So I want to take the example of how you can handle that. And Magazine X, which I had before, is like the largest fully timber project in Sweden. It was. Even the elevator shafts are in timber. And so it's a timber structure, so low embodied carbon. And it has building integrated photovoltaics, which is like modern, super modern. What actually drives the whole system is the geothermal part. It's like 30 holes, 350 meters deep. So they take care of the heating in the winter in a quite good way. But they also help out in the summer. And here's a bit of a complex diagram where you think surface. So the surface in the outer circle is consumed energy. And here you see consumed energy for cooling. Ooh. The inner circle is purchased energy. So the building integrated photovoltaics help, but also the geothermal heating, because you bring up cold water in the summer and cool the building. So here is actually purchased energy for cooling. So there are ways of getting to cooling, and we need cooling in buildings today because we cannot only rely on nighttime cooling. For Magazine X, since the office landscapes are actually 12 meters deep, you can have a fully glazed facade. So do we always have a fully glazed facade? For this building, there are individual solutions per facade. Northeast and northwest managed with just the glass. Southeast managed with just a very dark glass, and the combination of glass and shading is to the southwest. But what also happens is that while it's fully glazed, more to the north, to the south, the window-wall ratio goes down to 67%. And that is to not admit too much heat into the building. And here the black parts are actually building integrated photovoltaics. And that's also my answer to, do we need transparent photovoltaics? No, because in the directions where we have the sun, we can't have fully glazed facades, so we can use the spandrel areas for that. Looking at the solar shadings from the inside, it's good with the interior shades because you don't have the glass reflection before you have the shading, so you have a better view to outside. These are light gray. You're starting to move a little anxiously. I'll speed up. 3 minutes? Perfect. 3 minutes, good. You can try and get your microphone moving then in the 3 minutes. Perfect. If you want a better view to the outside, you need as dark as possible a curtain on the inside. So this is actually our home on Öland. And here is 2% openness factor in the curtain, black inside, because it's to the north where the good view is. And here is beige inside, because we wanted to match the panel. Here is like low E glass to the north, here is solar control glass to the east. So this one we can actually raise when the sun is gone after a few hours in the morning. This one needs to be down all day because of the blue sky actually gives you some 200 watts per square meter. In conclusion, you want to have either the cheapest solution for a facade is to have a static solution with light solar control glass. And then the second cheapest best for me is a dynamic solution with inside shading and solar control glass. And if your room is too big or your floor, if your room is too small or your window is too big, then you can go to outside shading. Quickly moving from low carbon design to low carbon products. Flat glass can only be made from old flat glass. And for containers and bottles, we hand that in. It's remelted into new bottles. But flat glass is too cheap and too difficult, so it's all going to landfill today. So that means that we have a higher carbon footprint in flat glass than in bottles. And we want to change that. So we have developed a product where we can use some 70% of old glass because then your melting point goes down, your need for primary material goes down, your carbon footprint moves down. So by going from a maximum of 1/3 of broken glass to 2/3 of broken glass, we can save a lot on the carbon footprint, 42% for ORI so far. And we've sort of exhausted all the cutoffs that we get from producers and what we produce ourselves. So we want to produce everything in this way, but then we need to start collecting, and we have several programs going for that, to collect old windows to make new glass. So that's sort of in the cards for the future. By 2045, we need some 850,000 tons of end-of-life cullet every year. It's realized already today. So Habitat 7 in Gothenburg is a project where after the steel and the concrete was gone, the big source of CO2 was glass, and then that was also reduced with ORI. And that's my final. Thank you. As I said, I have a few books. If anybody wants one, you can approach me later. I will bring them down from stage with me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your speech. So I welcome you for a few question session. And as I understand, you've been in the glass business for a long time, and you are dealing both with technical and aesthetical issues. So might I call it you glass architect?
Glass architect.
Yes.
Yeah. I think a lot about how light falls in through glass and how that causes either reflection in the glass or transparency. So I just released a 10-page article on that in a Swedish magazine. So I'll need to translate it into English.
This is modern now to write books. Do you intend to write maybe some thicker article about glass?
I have written about 20 articles on glass.
Now you can gather them in a book or something?
Yeah, that's the plan, or to publish them one by one on LinkedIn and then maybe a book. It won't be printed because we don't do printed material anymore in Saint-Gobain. We try to avoid it for the carbon footprint.
Okay, so every architect has an ambition normally. Someone wants to build some particular buildings, some other wants to build in some particular country. Do you have any ambition as a glass architect?
Well, if you Google Tryggehuset, it's a barn that was renovated by my mother-in-law in 1980 that we renovated the last few years with different glass and shadings because I hate overheating, so it's a passion of mine to paint doors white or put in curtains or use these passive cooling systems.
So, but you have your, like Saint-Gobain or some other special glass in your home?
I have all the glasses I presented in my home.
So every window is different?
What?
Every window is different?
No, actually, I don't have the SKN 183, but to the north, I have the E-Class for the perfect view to outside. East-west is the Extreme 7033, and we preserved some old windows, and there we had to put like a hard coat low E glass behind because it's traditional glass connected windows, not insulated glass units. So there are like 3 types of windows.
Okay, so then I ask you another personal question. There is always some trigger why you enter the business. Then why you are still in this glass business?
Well, the old thing is to say that I'm really shit at job interviews. But a more balanced answer is to say that once you've entered the glass business, you don't leave it. I still find it very fascinating, and I mean, before retiring, I could never get to the same level of expertise in any other business.
Okay, but is there something you haven't solved yet? I mean, is some issue about the glass and all these technical aspects that you would like to solve, but this is not solved yet?
Well, it's like the legislation of some countries say that you need tons of daylight and you need good thermal comfort and you need no cooling, and it's sort of all directed to this thing that you need to hang something in front of the glass. And sort of my passion is to see how far can we twist it before we need to put something outside the glass.
So you don't like curtains?
I like them on the inside, not on the outside. Where do you put your curtains at home?
I will. Okay, Oskar, thank you very much for this inspiring and very knowledgeable presentation. And I think that we have a Saint-Gobain representative here in Latvia. We can
not
address
today. He got ill, but I have a partner from UPB with me today who is chaperoning me, so I won't get lost on my way to the airport and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oskar and Barbara. Now I will invite on the stage last but not least keynote speaker Julio Kamit with moderator Ilse Paklone, who will give a short introduction to the speaker. Please.
Good afternoon. I am very happy to introduce our next speaker, and I think I have been always fascinated by people who can combine and integrate so many experiences and expertise and be professional at that level. Julio is an architect, urban planner, and has an expertise of 15 years at Velux, am I correct? And has been teaching and disseminating topics of daylight in architecture, being a researcher, and I think we are really looking forward for this presentation. So I hope if I missed something very important in the biography, please, I hope you will explain that in your lecture.
No problem, thank you. So, hi everyone, and again, thank you for having me here. It's a real honor and pleasure to be in such a prestigious venue and in such good company. I've heard a lot of amazing lectures and speeches before, really inspiring and really meaningful for my job as well. Before introducing my work, I will do an experiment. I will try to involve you with some live polls and questions during my presentation. So please try to go to this site using this QR code that you can frame using your smartphone or tablet or whatever. I hope the connection is okay. And let's try if the tool works. You will not see the results on screen because it was kind of difficult to switch from the presentation to the website, but I will see them here and I will tell you what are the results. The question is, can you answer this question? And it's kind of tricky, so be careful what you answer because you could provoke a paradox here. So some of you are taking this joke pretty seriously, and I can see that there's a lot of questions already, of answers already. And fortunately, 91% of you guys can answer these questions. Just 8% cannot, but they have answered this question as well, so I don't really know how to interpret this. Anyway, the tool works, so I'm really glad to tell you that I will be able to do some live polls in about 15 minutes, okay? Now, so please stay connected, because I mean the platform will be the same. You won't need the QR code again, I hope, because otherwise I don't know how to do that. So keep connected again. So I am an architect myself. I graduated almost 20 years ago. No, more than 20 years ago. I mean, time passes really fast. In Rome, and after a few years doing something else, I was an urban planner for 3 years, and then I was a freelance for a few years, and then I started working with Velux Italy in 2009. At the beginning as a technical consultant for 8 years, which means that I basically would go visit architects and engineers and technical assistants in their offices and working side by side with them and help them use the company products in a proper way, which is kind of obvious for a commercial company. But I also had this task to try to raise the issue of dealing with daylight in a proper way, which is kind of difficult, you know, in the real world out there. But it was a really interesting training period for my life, and it triggered an interesting research for me that is still ongoing, honestly. So I've been researching for more than 15 years about this complex relationship between the actual professional practice and an intentional and consequential use of daylight. This is not me, obviously, it's just an example, you know, to give you an idea of the hundreds or maybe thousands of architects that I met and projects that I have worked on side by side with them. And what was interesting is that there were a lot of opportunities that were overlooked every time. You know, no one seemed to have an actual structured methodology to deal with daylight. You know, it was really difficult. Everyone was really in love with daylight, with using natural light, and they would quote Le Corbusier or whatever. But then, when it came to actually designing architecture, either with residential applications or commercial or whatever, they didn't really know where to go and how to proceed. They could not even explain their work with regards with daylight. And specifically, they had no answer to a couple of questions that I actually asked them, and the first one was, how much light do you have in a space? Which is a seemingly simple question, right? But I'm still wondering how many architects could answer this question about the works that they're doing. And the other question was, what kind of light? Are you able to describe light as perceived from a specific perspective within the space that you're designing? And this is interesting because, again, almost no one of them could really answer these questions with an accurate vocabulary or describing or using accurate tools, you know. This triggers a lot of other questions, you know, why is that? For example, is it true that our external stakeholders, our clients, or you know, the building companies or public authorities, are they not asking us anything specific about that? But again, it triggered a pretty long and complex research. So I started, again, researching and studying and writing stuff and meeting people from a different stage. My role changed. I became a training specialist. I went all around the country doing lectures and workshops, and now they're mainly webinars. This is my main job. Again, trying to study and reflect with other architects about this possibility to have an actual methodology to drive the design process in an aware way when it comes to daylighting design. I also started writing articles on magazines and a couple of books, one of which is right here. And I will give one copy to one lucky participant today. And I ended up, there's 4 more, honestly, so we can probably give more. Anyway, I ended up building this apparently complex methodology. It's kind of a chart where some categories and tools and terms are put together. And this is divided into 2 fields, the right one and the left one, and they reflect more or less the questions that I have asked before. How much light in the right side? And it has to do with the performance and quantity of light that you can measure in different ways within a space. And the other one, the left side, is about composition and vision. How do you see light? What do you perceive? And it probably requires a slightly different language as well, which is definitely not scientific or analytic, but rather more metaphorical. And metaphoric use of the architectural language has already been mentioned today, so I'm glad that I'm in pretty good company. So we will start with the right side. We will probably focus more on the right side than on the left side, but this is what it is. And the main thing, especially in Italy, but not only in Italy, is that we're normally using this thing that is called the window-to-floor ratio, right? It's nothing more than the ratio between the size of the windows and of the openings and the size of the floor of the room that the window is intended to provide light to. Despite having a pretty good national regulation in Italy about daylight, that dates back to the 70s and with more accurate parameters, but we're still using this same approach almost every time. And I found out that we're in pretty good company across Europe. I mean, in many countries, they are using the same kind of approach, which is really simple and practical, but not really accurate, honestly, and we will see how it is shortly. I don't know how it is here in Latvia. So here's a question for you. This is not a Slido. It's a live question. Raise your hand if you're using the window-to-floor ratio, some sort of window-to-floor ratio. Don't be shy. Just a bunch of you. So I'm guessing that all the rest of the participants, they are either not using anything to, let's say, quantify or size windows or quantify light, or you're using something more complex, such as static metrics or dynamic metrics. Is that correct? Anyone who's using dynamic metrics, for example? Maybe someone? What about the daylight factor? I knew it, yeah. Just a few of us, right? So that's a common problem, okay? And that's despite we're having a new European standard that, I don't know how many of you know, it's not mandatory in most of the countries in Europe, but it's still something that we should reflect on. I mean, there's many countries that are starting to think how to incorporate it into their national regulation, and it says that all the spaces where people spend at least 1 hour of their time, they should have at least 300 lux for half of the daylit hours, for half of the space, and at the same time, they should have at least 100 lux for, let's say, the rest of the space, 95% of the space, right? And then there's a kind of translation with another chart that allows us to use the daylight factor instead of the lux, and it's divided for all countries of the European Union, and specifically for Latvia, it allows us to have, I mean, to aim to have at least 2.2% daylight factor for 50% of the space, and 0.7% daylight factor for the rest of the space, right? So this is what we're dealing with at a cultural and research level across Europe. So this is where some of the terms start to appear within the chart. This 50% something is also called the median of something. The median of a set is the value above which or below which is 50% of the values. It's a statistic methodology. So the median daylight factor would be 2.2 for 50% of the space. And this is where some of the words, some of the tools start to appear within this chart. So this is what we should do to be kind of in control of the process instead of just not being to answer questions when asked about the quantity of light that we have. So how would a normal space, like a model space behave compared to all this? Well, this is an example. It's a simple room, it's a simple box with one window. This is size right now with the window-to-floor ratio of 1:8, which is the one that we have in use in Italy right now, which corresponds to a 12.5% window compared to the floor. And when it comes to the actual quantities, it would mean a 2.13 daylight factor, median daylight factor, which would not be compliant with the European standard. So be aware that if you're using 1:8, for example, of window-to-floor ratio, it could be not enough to comply with the European standard. It's just an example, to understand the relationship between a very simple and practical approach, but not really accurate, and a slightly more accurate and scientific approach that it's really affordable for everyone. All these images were done using the Velux Daylight Visualizer, which is one of the tools that are available for free online, and they are certified, so there's no alibi anymore not to measure light, if you know what I mean. And what's the problem here is that the window-to-floor ratio only relies on a couple of geometric variables, right? So this is the main message that I would like to deliver. Light depends on geometry, right? If you study and work with geometry, which is, by the way, the vocabulary and the very alphabet that every architect has, if you do it in a correct way, in a proper way, and in an accurate way, you will deal with daylight in a proper way. So geometry and light, they are kind of really good companions. They follow parallel paths. And the window-to-floor ratio is just the relationship between two geometric variables that are the size of openings and the size of the floor of the space. But there's many there, right? And it's really interesting to understand how all these variables react to light while changed one at a time, right? There should be like the methodological approach for the lighting design. And I'm really surprised that there's nothing out there in terms of academic approach, for example, when it comes to light, fragmenting the various ingredients that we have to understand what's the consequentiality of that in terms of light. So we will see some of them. We will see explicitly 3 of them using also live poles. Let's start with the first one, the size of internal surfaces. So we will compare the first example that I showed you, that kind of model space, with another one where something has been changed, right? And the difference is that the ceiling is higher, 1 meter higher. Instead of being 260, it's 360 meters high. And how would this affect light? So do you think the daylight factor will be higher or lower than the first one? And here's when I will raise another question. Right, so if you're connected with Lido, you will see that there's another question, and it says, rank the rooms according to the daylight factor, highest to lowest. So if you think that the room B will be higher than A, therefore higher than 2.13, you should vote BA. Otherwise, if you think it's the opposite, you will have to rank A, B. Only 4 votes. Is it clear, the question, if you have any? Right, so I will tell you what's the result afterwards, obviously. So if you think that B will have a lower daylight factor than A, you will have to rank AB. So you have to rank them higher to lower. Right, is it AB or BA? Right, 22 votes. Some of you are understanding, 30 votes, okay. They're pretty much at the same level, B and A. I'm afraid I cannot show you. It's really interesting. So we're not really aware. That's the meaning of this exercise, right? The normal architect, I don't want to offend anyone, but people who are actually working on normal stuff, we're not fully aware of the consequence of the choices that we make on geometry when it comes to light, the amount of light that they provide, unless it's related to the window-to-floor ratio. That's the main problem of my work. So you're actually saying that, well, half of you is saying that it is AB, and half that is BA. So there's no actual agreement on that. This is the result, right? So daylight will decrease. If you have a higher ceiling, you will have less light. And why is that? Well, you have the same primary source, same window, right? Same window-to-floor ratio, but you have a bigger box, meaning that you have more surface. And more surface means more reflections, but also it means that light will be absorbed more. So all the points that are in the internal part of the room that will be illuminated mostly by the reflections will have less light than before, right? That's the reason why with the higher ceiling, you will have less light. That's how the exercise works. Then another question for you guys. That would be the average daylight factor, which is slightly different from the median. The average is just, let's say, the quantity of light, whereas the median, again, is that value above which and below which is half of the room, which is a little more dependent from the distribution of light as well. But I always put both. So another example, what happens with the number of openings? How is the fragmentation of the openings affecting daylight? If I have 2 windows instead of just 1 with the same overall size, right, it's still 1:8 window to floor ratio. So instead of having 1 big window, we have 2 smaller windows. Again, let me start the poll. Again, you have to rank the rooms, AB or BA. Which one will have the highest median daylight factor? And again, this is interesting because we're always deciding how many windows will we have in a space, right? But are we fully aware of the consequence of that on the amount of light? Is that something that we think of, when it comes to sizing and fragmenting openings? And we're just focusing on the quantities, right? But there's the other side of the chart that has to do with the perception of the space that we will see shortly. So in this case, B is winning, pretty much. There are 63 votes from many of you, and you are pretty much all of you, or most of you, are saying that B will have more light than A, which is correct, right? Again, this is interesting because we're relying on the median daylight factor, but if I asked you about the average daylight factor, that is the quantity of light that we have available in the space, that would be less than the first one. So in the second case, we have a little less light than in the first one, but better distributed. That's the reason why the median factor increases. We have to reflect on that. And we have to reflect on what it means to have a higher daylight factor in average, and what it means to have a more uniform and well-distributed space. And there's indicators that can help us doing that, right? But it all depends on the fact that we have to deal with the geometric variables in an aware way. And then there's the perceptual perspective for all this. I mean, we're not deciding to have 1 or 2 windows only because of the median daylight factor of the room, and that wouldn't be correct. A good design stands in a good balance between 2 legs, the quantity, the performative part, and also the perceptual part, right? A space has to have a meaning other than just a performance. So the first condition is what I call the minimum level distribution, where we just have 1 window. And what does it mean when it comes to the perception of the space? Well, it's all spaces that are more or less directed, right? We have a higher level of intensity closer to the window and a lower level of intensity far away from the window, and it's pretty simple in the visual field. We have a higher contrast, we have a lot and a lot less, right? That's the reason why we talk about a directed space, which could be a daylight goal, for example. So I'm not saying that it's not good or bad, it's just a matter of knowing what's the consequence of that. We have just one main character on stage, it's like a monologue, right? And it can be okay with smaller and simple spaces, it can be problematic with bigger spaces or more complex spaces when it comes to geometry or functionality. And that's because if you have more functioning in space and you just have 1 window, maybe very big, but just on one side, well, you will probably have too little light on the other side. And you have to decide what function you will have to put close to the windows and which one you have to sacrifice putting it on the back, and therefore probably rely on artificial lighting, which doesn't really make sense when you have 40,000 lux outside, right? So it's a really important choice that you make, not only when it comes to the quantity of light, but also about its distribution, and also about the perception of the space that you have. Because in the second example, where we had 2 windows, that's what I call the second level distribution. And it's not only because the spaces are more balanced, and you can have more flexibility and more uniformity and more functions, but also because it can trigger more visual stimuli. Many architects are using the second level distribution because of compositional reasons. They want to have 2 characters on stage. They want to trigger an actual dialogue between characters, and they could be like 2 main characters or or one main character and a sidekick or an antagonist, but it allows you to have a more complex approach when it comes to the visual needs. And that's the reason why we need two different possible approaches, one related to the vision and one related to the performance and functionality of the space. Right, and that's the reason why, again, these tools are on the methodological chart, where multidirectionality is like a sort of synthetic way to define the presence of more than one opening or more than one primary source, as I call it, to define like both a compositional and quantitative approach at the same time. That's the reason why it is right in the middle of the chart. So we were here, okay? And we've just seen the difference between these two spaces using this geometric variable. What about this one? This is the position of the openings. Can we deal with that when it comes to the quantity? Are we aware of what happens when the windows are placed in different positions? Do you know what's the consequence of that in terms of quantity? So let's go with another poll, and this is a little more difficult, so we'll give you a little more time, because you have to rank 5. Okay, so there's A, B, C, D, E, and while you vote, I can describe them. So the first one is the one that we already know, right? The second one, the window has been pushed towards one of the corners in what we call the grazing position, right? Third one, it's a vertical displacement pushed towards the ground. It's not grazing to the floor, it's like 20 centimeters higher, but still it's pushed downwards. Third case, it is pushed upwards until it reaches a grazing position towards the ceiling. And in the E scenario, the window is on the roof. It becomes a zenithal or zenith device, a zenith window. What do you think will happen in terms of quantities? And there's 20 votes. I know it's a little more difficult than before, right? It requires a little more time. But still, there's already something statistically relevant. Right now, the order would be E, D, A, B, C. E, D, A, B, C. But you still have a few seconds if you want to vote, but I don't think that percentage will change a lot. E, D, A, B, C. That is correct, right? And there's differences by a lot. That's what stands out. The position, for example, is one of the main choices that we make. The most influential variables that we have, much more than the size of the window sometimes. For example, we can see that putting a windows on a roof is something that provides a lot more light than on a vertical wall. And that's simply because that window will frame much more sky than the previous one. I mean, a vertical window, in the best case scenario, can frame half of the sky, right? And a horizontal window, in the best case scenario, can frame 100% of the sky. So it will provide at least twice the light as a vertical window of the same size. And the same goes for all the different possible inclinations of the roof, right? It will be intermediate values, let's say. And the other reason why is that the top part of the sky dome is brighter than the lower part, So if you frame that part, you will probably get more light than the amount that you would get from a vertical opening. So I'm not saying that one is better than the other one, but I'm just saying that every window, according to its position, for example, provides a different amount of light and a different level of distribution. So we should be able to use the one that is good for that specific situation. But there's something that a zenith light cannot do, a zenith window cannot do, just like, for example, providing a good view towards the outside, a feeling of openness and of continuity with the landscape. That's the reason why zenith light is one of the main characters of the chart. It is right in the middle, right? Because it's not only something that affects the amount of light and its distribution, but also something that provides what I call a secondary source, so a light reflected and provided in the really center of the visual field, which is something more effective when it comes to finding the right balance visually. So let's focus for a bit on this specific condition that I call the grazing position, right? It is not the best position when it comes to quantities, obviously. As you can see, at least 3 of them would not comply with the European standard according to the Latvian threshold, right? And that's interesting, having the same window-to-floor ratio. This one specifically is not the best treatment for light if you have to choose what's the right position, right? But still, a lot of architects go for it because it works a lot visually. Grazing positions are the ones that provide a grazing light. Therefore, those amazing and dramatic and scenographic patches of direct light or solid light, as Campo Baeza would describe them in his book, if we're talking about metaphorical use of the language as well, on the walls, depicting those very good and amazing diagonal shapes, or maybe if it's in direct light, they would provide a smooth gradient on the wall that the windows are pushed towards. So grazing light, grazing position is something that is not really effective, but still is really beautiful when it comes to, again, vision and composition. So we should always find the right balance, and there's always a way out. For example, going with the second level distribution. If you have two windows, you won't have to choose, because you can have one window that does one thing well and the other one that does the other thing well, right? So there's no short blanket, as we say. That's what I was saying, you can have a grazing position with a smooth grazing light, both indirect or direct, and also grazing windows have this capability of aligning the openings with the lines of the architecture. I mean, you can see the lines of the surfaces, of the volumes, and then the openings are perfectly ordered with them. So the grazing position is just like sort of self-explaining compositional strategy, and that's the reason why probably many architects are still using that. I warmly encourage people to keep doing that, right? As long as you're able to keep the quantities under control. That's the reason why we need to be well balanced on two legs. And the same applies to the roof windows, right? To the zenith light on the corners, or simply push towards some of the corners to have grazing positions. Honestly, a high percentage of the projects that we put our hands on in the consultancy departments, they have to do with the integration of zenith light with the compositional intentions. And many of them end up being windows in grazing position to provide this amazing grazing light. So this is the methodology. We've just been through some of the tools and the categories that it contains. I would just like to show you a quick example of the implementation of this possible methodology. It's not an amazing project that I will show. It's just, again, it's very simple consultancy that I worked on a couple of years back, but it has a sort of logic and rationality in it. And it's a school that I intercepted. They were about to build it in a very small town in the center of Italy, and they asked me to work on one of the classrooms specifically to make it a sort of model classroom where light would be perfect in sort of sense, to work as an example for other possible classrooms or other possible school buildings and institutes for the same municipality or other municipality. And that was the classroom that we have decided to work on. So if you take a look at the plan and the section of it, and keep the geometry variables in mind, you can already see that there's a lot of things going on. So being able to interpret technical drawings, plans, and sections, and we've already mentioned how sections are relevant, probably more than plans, right? Because you can see here that the size of the section is relevant, the height of the ceiling, and we've already seen how high ceilings cannot be very beneficial for the amount of light. I mean, there's obviously a structural and compositional choice behind this kind of curved roof that we have, but still we have to be aware that it will provide probably less light than a lower flat roof, so we have to act in a different way. Also, there's another big problem here. We have two windows, but on the same size and side and pretty close to each other. So it's an actual minimum level distribution, so just one big opening, and it's kind of low compared to the height of the ceiling. So I already knew that there could be problems, although the window to floor ratio were perfectly calculated in this case. So you don't need to do a specific analysis right on the spot if you are aware of how the geometric variables work. But then I did it as well, because we had a threshold that we would like to comply with, and it was, at that time, it was a European standard 1080-840 that set the bar at 5% average daylight factor. And in this case, we had 0.63. And no one knew that, right? Because no one is doing any kind of analysis. And no one is taking care of the geometric variables. They all know that, I mean, both architects and public authorities, they all know that the window to floor ratio is what is needed, you know? And as long as someone is able to comply with that, they seem to be okay. So what did we do? Well, I just imagined that opening up one more window on the roof would be a good choice, and that's when I realized that the daylight factor would raise by 2.5 times, you know, just with one small window on the roof, and that's because of the power of Zenith light and Zenith devices. So that was the right path, and that's when we decided to use 4 of them until we reached 5.37 daylight factor on average, which is exactly above the threshold that we wanted. But be careful, because when the numbers check out, that's when you have to worry. That's when you have to start designing and thinking, what would happen in the space? Is that the right thing? What happens while managing that space? And I don't know how to make this video start. Oh, thank you. I don't know who you are, but thank you. This is what happens, right? And that is okay. This is a kind of time-lapse simulation that I do using a rendering tool. This is fine, and I like it. If it were my living room, I would like it a lot. It has this dynamicity of the solid lights, etc. But it's a small classroom in a very small town in Italy, so I would imagine that having those patches of direct light moving through the horizontal plane could be some sort of problematic, right? Ending up on people, on small children, and provoking some sort of hyperilluminance and too much contrast and visual discomfort, etc. So it's probably not the right strategy unless you want to rely on blinds, etc. That probably would be down all the time, right? Can you imagine someone putting down blinds and then opening up again every day according to the angle of the sun? That's not really possible unless you're relying, again, on domotic stuff, but this is not the case. So maybe better if we rely on daylighting design strategies that use geometry as a tool, and that's the reason why we did this. So pushing the window simply towards one of the corners, and specifically towards one of the internal partitions that were facing south. What happens is that, well, this is the strategy that I call the confinement of direct light on vertical planes. It's not an energy strategy, but it's a visual strategy. What happens is that direct light will not invade the horizontal plane. It will be stuck on the vertical surfaces with longer strips of intensity, which means less illuminance, because that's the same amount of light, but with more surface, right? It will be more scenographic, more dramatic, it will be interesting, it will be graphically design something on the walls, but not in the eyes of the observers or on the horizontal planes. And that's what we did, right? I know that the grazing position is not the best when it comes to numbers, and in fact, it would decrease by a bit, right? From 5.37 to 5.21, but it's fine as long as I'm above 5%, right? That's what I mean by balancing the amount and the performance. This is another simulation of what would happen if, and I think it's a video, is it? Right? Can anyone? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hand. Right, this would be the 21st of June, which is supposed to be the day where the sun is higher, and as you can see, there's just a small fraction of the horizontal plane that is invaded by light. As for the rest, light goes all the way to that internal partition, and then it's like in reverse sunset, right? Upwards and on the other side. Anyway, this is what we finally did. This is some pictures of the final building, the very day of the kickoff of the scholar year, with an amazing and passionate speech by the mayor and by the director of the school. And this is basically it. You know, again, it's not an amazing project to be published or with amazing aesthetic and compositional features, but it's just something to show you that you can drive through the design process using daylight, having daylight in mind, and knowing the consequentiality between the geometric variables and what happens inside, both in terms of quantity and of perception of the space. There's a book about that. This is it. And obviously things are dealt with in a more, in a deeper way in that book, which is intended to be like a manual for students or for architects. Again, to have this consequentiality in mind, to be under control during this design process. And I would like to give one as a prize to someone here who can win this competition. So, let me ask you one question, one final question on Slido. This is a room, 3 pictures from the same room, from a very amazing house. And I'm asking you, what do you think is the median daylight factor of this room? Now, I can help you, a little tip. It's a value between 2 and 8%. And please write it typing number, point, 2 digits after the decimal point, okay? So the one who gets closer will win 1 copy of the book. Interesting. There's many of them. Unfortunately, they are not ordered, so I will have to run through it carefully. Wow, there's one that is pretty close. Please remember the number that you have typed, because otherwise I don't know how to call you. They're all pretty close, honestly, and there's probably a couple of them that are the same, unfortunately, because Dimitris, we will have to give away probably 2 or 3 copies, okay? Too many, guys. Stop. Do you all want the book? Okay. Well, the book is also available on the Velux brand shop, so if you want one, you can purchase one, or you can ask my very good friend and local representative, Dimitris, here. Raise your hand, Dimitris. He's the guy. Right, so the right answer was 6.98. Did anyone assert it? No, sorry. Were you close? I mean, there's a 679, 699. Wait, who's the 699 guy or girl? 699. Guys, it's here, I swear. Don't be shy. Is it you, Dimitris? Okay. 6.99. Who are you? No one is claiming the book. No way. So I will go to the second best. Are you sure? Okay. Let's see. 678, pretty close. 688, closer. Maybe you don't remember what you've written, right? I think 689. 689. Who's 689? It's you. Okay, you're the lucky winner. Okay. Game's over, time's over. I'm sorry for keeping you a few minutes more. Thank you again.
Amazing. Of course, with such a wonderful presentation, there is not even much to ask, I think. Yet, I would like still to ask maybe a question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit more cozy. You were saying that there are opportunities overlooked, and you are already 15 years with Velux and with designing with daylight. And are there themes or technologies or questions that you are still thinking that are overlooked, and themes that you're currently working on as a researcher?
Wow, well, there's a lot of them, honestly. If you're a researcher, you know that there's something always stimulating in everyone's work, and every project has its potentials and opportunities, honestly. So, again, working with the geometry is the actual trick. You know, if you know what's the consequence of the choices on the outer envelope, especially when it comes to the openings, where are they, how many are they, the fragmentation, the number, the size, the position, but also the presence of obstructions, overhangs, that's probably the main trick, you know, having this intentionality of using daylight and also having this consequentiality in mind. And then there's the accuracy, which is another feature of a good methodology, you know, knowing the right tool to use, the right decisions to make. Then there's some more, let's say, more intense research fields, and one of them has to do with energy, for example, which is another topic that we have kind of grazed today. And in my opinion, as a daylight expert, it is related to the difference between the sun and the sky. So being able to differentiate light coming from the sky and light coming from the sun is crucial. Because one would be steady, for example, the sky is always there. So if a point within a space sees the sky, it will see it every time, all day long, right? Whereas if a point sees the sun, it will probably see it just in a certain moment of the day or of the year. So dynamicity instead of staticity. And then the light coming from the sky is normally something that you don't have to be afraid of, right? So being able to optimize the view of the sky and being able to control the light coming from the sun is probably one of the best thing that you can do. And thinking of obstructions as something that can be manipulated and changed is one of my personal challenges, you know, imagining that something that stands between a window and the sun can be pushed really far away, you know, like a kite or like a drone or something that can move according to the sun, that would make windows able to see the sky, to keep seeing the visible sky, but still be protected by the sun. So there's many challenges. I mean, I don't want to delve too much into that.
And lastly, what do you think you could give us as a case study where the user experience and the architect's or designer's intention of the space and light is where you say, yeah, this is something to study and to look as an example?
Wow, you mean a reference?
Yeah.
It's really difficult, really difficult.
I know.
Zverev has been mentioned, for example, Louis Kahn has been mentioned. They are two of the sacred monsters for everyone who's designing daylight, and especially with what I call the gaseous light. You know, that, again, this metaphorical use of the language. If there's a solid light, as Campo Beta said, which means the direct light hitting a surface before your eyes, why not thinking of a gaseous light as light that enters somewhere and then spreads and tends to occupy all the space with a sort of uniformity and homogeneity. And that's what in museums, for example, you should have, right? And that we have heard a lot of amazing things about that. So Zverev, the pavilion of Nordic countries in Venice, is one of them. But talking about modern architects, I really love Vector Architects, for example. It's a Chinese firm, and they're working with light in an amazing way. But there's also, I can mention Benedetta Tagliabue. She's an Italian architect, but she's based in Spain. And she's worked a lot with Eric Miralles. I mean, light is everywhere. And what's amazing is that there's potential for every kind of expression. What I'm focusing on is on what's behind that. You know, the basic language, the basic grammar of what happens if, right? And I think that's it, because otherwise I can mention a lot.
Yes, thank you so much for a fantastic presentation.
No problem, thank you. Thank you. Oh, by the way, sorry, there's also a liquid light, and if you're interested in the liquid light, it's in the book.
Thank you all the keynote speakers and moderators. Time flies, and we are now at the end of our first part of today's conference. So now we will follow with a well-deserved lunch break. Lunch break will be around 45 minutes. Those who has a conference package, keynote speakers, participants, special guests with the white badges. So please, you can follow the signs and go to the library cafe, Kliversele. There will be selected separated zone for you. And for those, the rest of the guests, you can have lunch on your own as well in the Kliversele bistro. Afterwards, in 45 minutes, we will meet here downstairs for white paper sessions. There will be 4 assigned rooms, A, B, C, D. And you can follow up in our conference program, and you can visit all 4 rooms as a guest and listen to the white paper sessions. And afterwards, we will meet again here at the evening part for the discussion. Yes. Okay, thank you. Mic is working. So, good evening, everyone, dear participants. for those who now is here, and I hope you enjoyed the white paper sessions. This is the last part of today's event. It will be a panel discussion. Very, very interesting, if you remember last year's panel discussion. So we are really looking forward to it. So the moderator will be architect and researcher Dina Sohanova, and she will invite all of the guests here on the stage, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Congratulations, RIXArchitecture Conference. Your stage is getting bigger and bigger. Can't wait for the next year. So, dear professors, teachers, theorists, practitioners, architects, designers, journalists, students, and everybody else interested in architecture matters. I have to say, I'm really pleased to be given this opportunity to lead this panel discussion that concludes today's very prolific conference program. So, for me not to stand here alone, I will introduce and welcome today's discussion's guests. We have Pēteris Ratas. Please, welcome. Here, architect of the development department of the Riga City Municipality. Yes, he's an architect with extensive international experience in urban development, mixed-use projects and architectural design. Take your seats. Then we have Dirk-Jan Postel, architect, who has worked for over 30 years on a variety of projects, large and small. His work is characterized by transparency, contextual sensibility, simple modernism, and perfection of detailing. He is also a prolific teacher and giving lectures worldwide. Welcome. Then we have Martin Schwartz, architect, author, and teacher with a specific interest in daylight in architecture. He is co-author of the book Gunnar Birkerts, Metaphorical Modernists, published in 2009. Welcome. Then we have Dmitris Astashonyks, Managing Director for Velux Baltics. At Velux, sustainability is integral to the company's strategy, and they aim for setting the standard for sustainable business in the building industry. Great to have you here. We have another guest, Laurinis Danavicius, General Manager and co-founder of lighting planner companies established in Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland, Gaismas Stils, Korgas, and Hevilium. He is active in implementation of lighting projects, both interior and exterior, for already 22 years. Welcome. What a company. But for me not to be only women on the stage, I also welcome one more participant for today's discussion. Kata Elizabete Onskula, Risebafad student. And I was told that she recently defended the bachelor's thesis about underground solution in the park with natural light. Very poetic solution. You're welcome. Yes, indeed, very good company here, and I'm very glad to see that here we today have representatives from various fields: municipality, professional practice, industry and business, theory, pedagogy, and academia, as well as I just mentioned, representative from younger generation. And I have to say that this, I think, and I'm sure that this is exactly the goal of the conference, to bring together various domains, share our knowledge and practical experience to move forward better equipped and ready to cooperate. Before we start, please know that we also welcome questions and reflections from the audience. There you will have 2 microphones on each side of the hall. Raise your hand, and later I will invite you to ask your question. Altogether, we will have about 1 hour, so let's hope we can use this time for an insightful and meaningful discussion. Today, the common interest and joint topic of the conference, of course, is light. We have celebrated the Nordic Masters, highlighting the masterful approach to light by Gunnar Birkerts. Moreover, we touched and dug deeper on other light-related topics, walked nice pathways lit by bright daylight, and tried to look into darker and perhaps little-known tunnels. We can all agree that light definitely matters. So to open and warm up this discussion, I would like to invite the guests to maybe a little bit distance yourself from your professional positions and professional knowledge, if that is possible even. And I would like to ask the following: what does light mean to you personally, and how you experience the light? What is the meaning of light for each of you? Who can start? You would like to start.
So, hard question that it's not easy to answer with one word, but of course you can tell that everything. And it's maybe it's easier to answer today because it's we know what kind of day it is today and what was yesterday. And the comparison gives the answer for everybody. That light means everything because it creates mood, not talking about professional points of view, but the mood, atmosphere, maybe relation to other person in the street, all these things. So, and to evaluate light, I think for us, for people living in Nordic countries, it's easier because this importance we face much more frequent than southern countries, and so this is the answer.
Yeah, hello everyone. So for me, from the personal point of view, the light, this is this is something actually what I trying to catch up. One of the first things in the morning. I have a very luxury situation that I have also access to daylight in my bathroom. So every morning I go there, and I really already in this part of the year can enjoy early morning the light because actually it's scientifically proved that we need light in the morning and we need to catch it, even to go outside without if we have a sun. To catch the sun even without the sunglasses because it will boost your body, you'll get an extra energy. So, and I also know how, and it's again scientifically proved like how the light during the day affects our sleep. So of course so you're actually trying to catch the light for me first things in the morning, then to catch it in the afternoon. Again, to boost the energy and the meaning, of course, we need to minimize it, which is, again, that's how we work with the light. So it's important also to minimize it or even maybe avoid it during the sleep. Then we'll have a good sleep. So it means a lot. So that's how we actually live the life in this cycle. Thank you.
Well, for me, I have to say that my study of light over the last, 30 years or so, has helped me to understand architecture in a way I never could have understood it any other way. It has helped me to understand architecture beyond style, beyond historical style, beyond the style of any particular architect. When you're in architecture school, Dirk, I want to make buildings like that guy, right? And then the next week, I want to make buildings like that guy or her or something like that. And it struck me when I left school that I needed to get beyond mimicry, beyond copying someone else's work, and I needed to find some area of study that would move me beyond simple repetition. But then that has done one more thing for me. It has enhanced my understanding of just my life. Every day, when I walk down the street now, or I go to a new place, I go, okay, the sun's there, which way is north, which way is south? And I'm always trying to understand where I am in the world, and that's helped me.
Yeah, which fails when you're on the southern hemisphere. In Brazil, you get disoriented because the sun is turning the other way around somehow. Yeah. The one I removed from the profession was light. There are two things come to mind. One is gravity, and the other is time. And gravity because of the semantic propensity of our Germanic languages, that light is opposed to darkness, but also to heavy. You have heavy and light and dark. And so beating gravity or defying gravity is also a part of architecture, to make something, like say the little office that Baumschlager Dietmar Eberle made in Fusnach. The one that seems to float, although it is made of concrete, that I find fantastic. So there, lightness and gravity sort of split up. And the other thing, which is recently our astronomers were able to look back, I think 13.8 billion years, because of the light that is coming in. So you can almost touch about 300 million years, cannot be reached, but you almost reach the beginning of our universe, as the scheme that Dainis showed this morning indicated. So the first part you will never be able to see, but I find it fascinating that light of that era, which is about the furthest that you can look, is still coming to us. So time and gravity.
If I think of light, I will take a look at from the urban design perspective. And when we look at cities, the light is the medium through which we see the environment around us. And for me, that's important, the way we orient ourselves in a city, the way we perceive the city, the way we form our sensation about the environment around us. And we also can look at as light as a tool, the way we design our cities, the way we want to create environments around us. Of course, there's a sunlight aspect to that, but there's also this evening, night kind of image of the city, and the way we see the image. The daytime, sometimes it's hard to control. The sun does it for us, but the evening, that's something, it's really man-made, and it really depends how we design our cities, design image of our cities in terms of at night, and I think in our memories, when we travel, it has a very distinct images that electric, that glow. Each city has its certain footprint, and sometimes it's quite memorable the way we perceive. Either that would be like this Ginza in Tokyo or Times Square in New York. In terms of the experience of the city, is quite phenomenal spectacle. Or some like Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong with this kind of display of nightlife. It's quite something of inspiration. And then we look at the cities around us and Riga and the way we see it in the evening. I think there's so much we can do with the light in addition to the spatial transformation we work on.
Yes, and for me, as if lately, my fascination has gone towards the light's counterpart, which is shadow. And I think this shadow as a phenomena is a beautiful way that translates that we as bodies and every object casts not only physical space, but
some space beyond. And I feel like the shadow is a reminder, a daily reminder for us that we as any beings, human or object, that we create a space, not only physical, but something that is intangible. And the shadow is at the same time physical, but also not physical. So for me, my fascination has gone there.
Yes, thank you for your first impressions and answers. And what I wanted to talk about today is a scale. And I like how you answered your questions, because for somebody thinking of light is this kind of very personal morning routine, maybe, and this how you wake up in the morning. And Birkerts was talking already about the city scale, and Dirk, you were talking about the universe. So I wanted to continue with the question maybe to Birkerts, and you already partly started to answer my question. And how now more serious question, how in municipality you actually deal with this with the light in the city? What is the image of Riga city? If we talk about the light, if we talk about the daylight, and if we talk about the dark hours as well, how would you answer that?
I would divide the question in two aspects. One is this functional aspect of light. We need light to move around the city. Otherwise, it would be kind of hard call for us to use the cell phones to kind of guide ourselves in the darkness of the day. But city is doing quite a good job making sure the streets are illuminated, so it all works. It's great. So the minimum part we do a pretty good job. But there's another aspect of light, is that something a little bit more beyond the functional aspect. And there's there's one is safety. Like if we go to these neighborhoods, let's say evening time, you go home, you want to feel safe. And the light is that gives you a sensation that you're aware of your surroundings. I think we have some room to improve to make sure like the ways from more kind of the transit stops or the kind of public transit stops is sufficiently illuminated, so we have this sense of safety in the city, which is very important for public. But then there's another, is this, I would say, that's pure image that you can clearly see it when you cross the bridge in the evening, when you go and see our old town. And when you look at the Old Town, what do you see? You only see this light strip of the street, which is illuminated, which is fine. It needs to be illuminated. But what is the biggest kind of UNESCO key heritage elements is the skyline of city of Riga. That's this medieval core with the spires. And you really see you're missing that image. And it's something that we probably need to invest in it. It's, to be honest, it's very, very cost-effective investment. If you want to change the way you look like, it's just improve the lighting. That's one thing. Another is like illuminating certain characters of the city, that it really forms the image, and it's also very important from the point of view of your own participation as a citizen, the way you perceive the city. You either love it or hate it, but you will be engaged with your city. And I think we have definitely room to improve and think about it in a more kind of coherent fashion, not like kind of ad hoc attaching light fixtures. I think we probably need to look at it conceptually to illuminate the city of Riga in a kind of very gracious and kind of inspirational way.
Okay, thank you. I have a feeling that I now need to address Laurinus, because you as a lighting planning company also address urban scale probably a lot. And you already know Riga quite well. What could you say about this?
Well, I would like to add that this in Riga was made with, let's say, investment or steps to this functional lighting, or that it's safe, that the streets are littered. To tell you honestly, I haven't been in all the streets, but it seems that really all the streets are littered. But also this step was done strongly related with, let's say, this from perspective of cost saving. When old sodium technology was changed to LEDs, and we have what we have. So from that functional side, it's okay. It's from my point of view and from maybe many other people's, but when we talk about aesthetical point of view, I think we should work much more. And I know that Riga municipality is on the way, and it's very nice that we have already this path, but of course it needs to be fastened up in some point. I think that it would help to have for the city like lighting master plan, maybe the guideline which would help in general to project many different projects which are happening around the town, and for all architects to know already which direction city wants to go, and also lighting planners which will be doing this job. They will know what to do. And it relates not only the streets, but also the parks, I don't know, some alleys or promenades next to the river, because Daugava is a beautiful river, but it's not used. And also facades as well. And Riga has so many facades in general, and not only Old Town, but also this all Art Nouveau district. But it's not used with light. And one thing is how it will be lit from light perspective, but also the lighting plays the role not only in the dark period, but also in daytime. So it is the aesthetic elements of town. So to my point of view also, it would be good to define what kind of elements should be, what color of the fittings of the poles, and it's the whole infrastructure. And I hope that it will be soon released, these kind of documents, and of course it depends a lot on political will. But we have really good examples around the Baltic Sea, especially in Sweden, in Finland, in Denmark. We are more matured countries, and we have this type of documents. And even in municipality, we have like the chef for lighting. I mean, not for technical to change the bulb or to repair the pole or to paint the pole, but the concept, you know, and maybe then invite some more people from foreign consultants. I don't know. There are many ways to do, but it's I think now it's like the first steps what are being done. But if we will do it, we will do it first. Okay, maybe there are some municipalities they have, Vilnius they have for sure, and they follow it, but Riga can step in and to reach this level really fast and to go more. So I wish it to be true and soon, really.
Okay, good. Anything to add? I saw Dirk and you nodding.
That may be a natural pose, sorry. But if you ask consultants in for light, they will always advise you to have more light. And I would at the same time call in advisor, consultant for darkness, because I think we also need to come down on artificial light.
Maybe I'll tell example like a city in Malmo. We have a person who is responsible for town lighting, and he's very strong on this also darker areas. As you mentioned, it's really it's a must to have this balance for sure. Not to overlit, not to make it too posh,
Yeah, moving forward, this is exactly what I wanted to talk about, daylight versus artificial light. And I wanted to ask to Martin, today we saw very beautiful examples where designers are searching for fantastic ways to deal with light, to capture light, to design with light. And you have yourself analyzed a lot of projects, especially Gunnar Birkerts' work. And you started or probably finished with the fantastic statement that daylight matters. But I wanted to a little maybe provoke you and ask you, is artificial light, does artificial light matters as well? And have you maybe analyzing those projects encountered on some very particular ways how designers are treating artificial light as well?
Well, to be honest, at a certain point in my study of light, I retreated from analyzing what I call electric light. I could say this: there's no such thing as artificial light. It's all light. What I like to do when I speak to my students is just to make it that distinction, that there's electric light and there's daylight, and to be specific about it in that way. But it's all light. It's all real stuff. But what I would say then, I don't know if this answers your question, but to tie what you have asked in with the discussion about the cities is, what I want to see is light that particularizes. I don't think that every part of a city should look the same, right? In other words, we wouldn't want to light the bridge here. We wouldn't want to light this bridge the way we would any other street, even the street parallel to the river. We wouldn't want to light a major highway the same way. We wouldn't want to light one of the pedestrian streets in the old city the same way, or one of the squares. We want to use light, whether it's daylight, light and shadow, or some kind of electric light, in such a way that it makes each space do what it's supposed to do well. That's what I mean by particularize it. And to give each place its own particular character. Like the old city square here doesn't need to look like a city square in any other city. So I'm looking for things that are more particular, more specific, more articulate.
Okay, yes, let's be correct, exactly. Let's use maybe this right terms, electric light. And next question I would like to address to Dirk-Jan. Your projects and work are exemplary, showcasing very special and it's seemingly sensitive attitude. But also, what I saw in your lecture and in your work, there are a lot of technological advancements, I would say, and solutions on how you treat the light and how you actually integrate the light in your projects. And in your architecture, light, especially daylight, indeed is itself a building component, even very integral part of the building. And you also work as a teacher and teaching young architects and designers. You did show and analyze in your lecture some examples from the history and cases of contemporary architecture. you did also a lot of, it seems that you did do a lot of testing on this kind of innovative solutions. So the question is it possible to learn light? And how did you learn light?
Last year, I had the opportunity to give a slice of architecture lecture at the RIXArch, and I talked about the four components of architecture, which starts with the concept, then the structure, then the style. I mean personal style, not Baroque or Neo or postmodernism or so. And finally, your ability to materialize that and detailing and etc. And the thing is, I learned this from a Dutch author, that concept is something which belongs to your talent, which is hard to learn. So to answer the question, that part is talent. Structure you can learn by looking at how others did it or by analyzing buildings. And I'm teaching my students that in detailing, that I learned at the office that people think of detailing as something which comes after the great work of architects has been done, which is in my view not the case. If you look at good architects, the detail also contains a concept in itself. That was the beautiful lecture we had in one of the white papers on a project in Japan where they mimic the movement of waters in a tea room where there is no water, but still you can mimic it. And so this comes down to a very important part of detailing, which is the concept of it, and what you want to achieve with the detailing. And so the same is for light. Probably you need to understand things about light that you cannot teach, which is the concept, but you can teach how to use it, which is the structure. And that you can do by looking at examples and showing it, and showing the difference between direct light and invisible light, and you know the way it changes during the day. And like we have seen examples this morning of vertical light, which comes in horizontally, like in the skylights of Gunnar Birkerts. So beautifully done. But also we have seen the advantages of zenith light in the Felix lecture. So I mean, that is teachable, I think. Concept, probably not.
Okay, thank you. Yes, continuing on the artificial light or electric light, as I was corrected, today's speakers pointed it out very well, that we are based in the north, and thus we live in very special light conditions that influence designers' work and needs to be solved also by the industry. And that's why today we have two industry, or business or service representatives, one responsible for letting natural daylight in. So I would like to ask to Dimitris, what are the benefits of letting light in?
Yeah, there are many of them, and I think generally we can say that actually company I represent, we actually love, the founder of the company say the one experiment is better than 1,000 expert views. And we are very often really go to the action. And already during the last 20 years, Velux Group have made more than 30 real projects, let's say buildings, where we actually learned how improving the design of the building influence the indoor climate of the building. And it was proof that there is the change in the design of the building and improving it can significantly improve the indoor climate and lately also the sustainability impact on the environment, it's came more and more relevant. By using the daylight in the buildings, there are many things that actually affect different, let's say, areas how the building is used, and I think we don't need to forget the buildings. And who using that. So it's proved that, like, with improving the daylight conditions in the schools, the learning abilities and in the tests improving by actually double digits in a result. In the hospitals where there was experiments where the people were staying in the rooms with bigger windows, there was a faster recovery time compared to those who was the different rooms. There is a different tests in the workplaces where it was also proved how the results and effectiveness of employees have improved, and the efficiency and performance, and even in a business, in a retail, just imagine, and there was this new super shopping malls which are designed. They have there is a lot of daylight used in it because it was proved that if it even improve the retail sales because it's kind of motivate people to act so in their mood, and of course, as I also mentioned, that in general it's improved the health, physical and mental, our energy, our sleep, which is again very much connected. How do we feel the next day? And I mentioned about the experiments, and the latest experiment we did, it was a project called called Living Places, and we have made a real example built in Copenhagen, the 7 buildings where where we wanted to prove that we already with today's technologies we can build buildings that are healthier for the people and the planet. And the big focus was really about the daylight conditions in the house, how the daylight performs from the morning to the evening, and the same the CO2 impact of the building to the environment, where actually we proved that you can already today build the very building with an ultra low carbon footprint below 4 kilograms per square meter during the year, because it was ambition to actually to make the house more healthier to the planet and to the people than average Danish family house, and it's actually we succeeded. So it was a 3 times better indoor climate and also 3 times lower CO2 impact. So with a relatively easy things, what we really can do a lot for the people and the planet to improve the health.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to ask to Kat. You have already finished your first cycle of the studies. You have successfully completed the bachelor's project. I wanted for you to reflect on the study process. Is light as a concept addressed enough? How do you think, and how well you are able to integrate it in your design projects, concepts?
Well, okay, you can hear. Yes. From my point of view, in general, right now in society, everything is about light and about reaching towards light. And from one side, this is like reaching towards knowledge and enlightenment, but from the other side, it has like demystified our society, and in this whole light, we are a bit, I would say, lost from our senses. And during the study process, actually, I can't really remember specific like emphasis about this, but what like reflecting back, what I would like to have is this dialogue about the other side, that maybe like the world is too much demystified, and like there was example about shopping centers and how their light plays a crucial role in making us buy more. And but yeah, my bachelor thesis was about bringing back mystery, and I believe that this is what our society needs right now, and yes, and that's why, yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. I think now it's a good time for questions from the audience. Have you thought about any question to particular guests or for all the guests? Helena.
Thank you very much for interesting discussion. It is about light and light for those who see the light. How it is, how we can deliver or how we work with light for those who don't see the light.
Yes, who would like to answer?
Philosophical question.
But also at the same time very practical, I would say.
The question is about people with disabilities. So they will the people who really don't see the light, who don't see the street lights or the daylights, or everything what was said today and showed today was for those who see the light. Yeah, what is this side, the essential side? Do architects think about that if they work with the buildings?
Yeah, I had to. In fact, the answer is quite easy. I once had to. We have these platforms for the handicapped in every municipality, and I did a theater in close to Rotterdam, a small theater, and I had to come by and talk to these people. And I know there was a ramp which is a bit too steep. It was very small. I couldn't. So I was sort of harnessed to explain why this ramp was a little bit too steep, but I thought it was okay. So I assumed that I would meet handicapped people in wheelchairs. On the contrary, I was faced with two blind people. One of them saw only 4%, and there was an architect who turned out to be completely blind. Became completely blind. So as I was explaining the plan to him, and it was a very complex little thing with a lot of different logistics in. And I said at a certain moment, then you turn around and you come, and then he said, oh, then you reach that stair again. He was right. So he had built up the whole plan in his head, which I found fascinating. And then we talked not about ramps and about wheelchairs, but about how a building, in this case a theater, was experienced by people with a visual handicap or even blind people. And ever since I learned a lot, I never make staircases where the handrail is not continuous, for instance, that you have to touch every flight, you have to find again the rail. I like canopies because I know blind people hear where the entrance is. I like to make differences in acoustics so that they can orient themselves by walking through the building and hearing where they have to go. It's true. It's known that people who turn out to be blind during their lifetime get an enhanced sense of audio capacities. They hear more.
and they can get better orientation. So it was sort of opening up an extra dimension to me for buildings. And light probably you could feel by differences of temperature. You can feel infrared light. I don't know if it's an answer to your question. You look like if it isn't, but... Well, I do think you feel the temperature of the light. And for instance, what I also did ever since, I never make dark flooring in the elevator. Because people with a visual handicap, so that see 4, 5, 6%, they are afraid that they step into a pit. So you have to make some sort of visual contrast to show them that there is the elevator and not the pit.
Anybody else? Do you have something to add, Peters, maybe?
I'm going to be very practical in my answer. If you frame the question, how can you bring in the light to a blind person, with all due respect, of course, to any human being, but I think we diverge into a different question, how we help the person to orient itself in a space and perceive, that would be one thing. But if you just directly answer the question, probably you cannot. But it's not in a kind of disrespectful way, but it's simply if let's say I cannot hear, well, I can remember from past what was the sound about, but I mean that functionality is lost. So I think that's probably is how to say, what can we do about it?
Well,
not much.
The lesson I learned was it's never 100%. Most people can see, that are visually handicapped, can see between 10 and 2%. So they still have contrasts and they still can orient themselves. Blindness is not zero, very often not zero. Sometimes it is, but not always.
Okay, another question?
Yeah, Jonas. Thank you, everybody. But most of all, I want to answer you, Helena. And I want also to answer Petris. In fact, Dirk, you are right. The total blind people are rare, the same as the total deaf people, the 100%. It's very, very rare. And the situation is as follows, that, for example, people with hearing problems very often have their, many people don't know that, have their own parties where they actually also listen to music. And then everybody's in there dancing. And everybody's like, how is that possible? For sure, they feel the drums, they feel the bass, and they feel the music. The same as you mentioned, Dirk, the hearing ability is growing. Also other abilities are growing with time and experience of having certain problematic situations with whatever kind of sense. So in this respect, we have learned. And I had the great honor to be supervisor of our diploma studies a year earlier, actually, before you, Kata. And she was working on a library for blind people. So that was very interesting, what we have learned. And most of all, it was the infrared. Infrared is really the subject. This is what is affecting most. But I wanted actually to say something else. I wanted to thank you, Kata, very, very much for bringing up the mystification, for bringing up the shadow, and for bringing up the other side. Because in a way we could also like continue with Helena's question in a different way, how to bring light in our urbanity, in our buildings, in our objects, not looking so much on those who cannot see only, but also looking on those who probably have, and I think there are many among us, speculations go up to 50%, who are like living in their family, in their own life with depression problems. So where is there the light? So how we can make our environment more light, more refreshing, but at the same time, how can we also focus on the shadow and see the shadow and also value the shadow, because the shadow brings also certain philosophical, I mean, I'm thinking especially about Martin Schwartz's presentation today, and also most of all actually on Dinah's presentation. It brings also this darkness, and the darkness is also important. I mean, it learns us a lot. Otherwise, we wouldn't see the light if we don't see the dark, in a way. You know? So I think, I just wanted to thank you, Gata. That was very important for me, for this day.
More questions? Yeah.
I'm over here, thanks. I also actually wanted to address the first question, and I apologize, but I disagree with your response. Second from the right, I apologize, I can't remember your name, but I just don't agree that there's no way to kind of register the experience of daylight, even if you're a person who is optically impaired. I think we forget that we are multi-sensory beings. So Dirk kind of alluded to this in his response. And I know that you're seeking a response that deals with the registration of daylight specifically. And there's a thermal aspect, right? There's a thermal aspect to daylight. So if we are in direct sunlight coming through a window inside of a space, of course, there's going to be a thermal change there, right? We feel warmer. Now you step into an area where there's maybe a brise soleil or a screening of some kind. Now the temperature, once again, changes. And now if you step into another space, which is, let's say, the opposite of those conditions, which is maybe there's no direct sunlight at all, again, the temperature changes. So I do believe that there is a way to kind of register the experience of daylight in the absence of visual or optical recognition.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Jonas, you're sound sensitive. Thank you so much. So I started to think about electric light, when the electric light, infrared light, which is giving warmth. Yeah. So, and how to use this light. There are some possibilities to use light for the as a sensory tool. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Peters, do you want to answer?
I do appreciate that the response, because what I wanted to say with my response is like more conceptually, like if you totally agree that there's no really 100% blind, but that if you just ask a question like in linguistically, blind, like there's no light, okay. But I think that's not the point. I think it's rather our concern would be what we can do with light, because otherwise we kind of, in our discussion, we kind of get distracted away into some other corners of the, because yes, light will have a sensory experience with, as you correctly said, you know, sunlight, you will have the infrared, you will have this heat, you will have a cold of a shadow, you know, like in Middle East, you can definitely feel the shadow. And that's all correct. But again, kind of the subject of light, I think kind of really this light as a tool, what we can achieve with that, and again, how we create our public spaces, you know, like say illumination or streets, you know, you have this eye level, that first level where people walk, you know, this warm light, you have immediately see how it activates the streetscape or public squares. Or you have a quiet residential street where you actually don't want to have it as over illumination. You want to have it, keep it a little dark and calm. So that light becomes a very powerful tool for making places, guiding our experiences in a public spaces. Again, also the sense of safety on orientation, or kind of accentuate certain intersections or certain focal points in a city. I think our focus should be light as a tool to make our places kind of, I don't know, rich or enhance the identity of a place, or as it correctly was mentioned, that we don't want everything to be uniform, you know. And the way we also structure the street lighting, you can have very distinct illumination of the ground plane, or we can accentuate this architecture when it's needed, because it will have a different perception of that. And it's a very powerful tool how we organize our cities. And now also the quality of light in terms of the spectral quality is also important. I remember for fun of it, I bought the spectroscope and I walked around Riga to see the light, and I realized actually for the most lights are actually the LEDs at the moment, so quite good, because in old days we had this sodium lights, which has a very kind of broken down spectrum, which you kind of get this very dull feeling. But it's still, if you go to Old Town, some of the older lights are still this, I think it's the low pressure sodium, has a very kind of fragmented spectrum. So we have this very dull sensation, like you see the people, it's kind of, the colors are not rendered evenly. So even that is like the color rendition of the light is very powerful tool how we can kind of sensory experience in a city, and I think that should be probably our focus at the moment.
Yes, this discussion actually reminds me another question or issue or topic I wanted to address, and it's again about electric light, and of course we are very much dependent on that. And the question was, whoever wants to answer, maybe Laurinas or architects, how do you think can we, because we have these technological solutions, and can we actually mimic this natural light cycle, and how important it could be for a person's well-being? And because we are all humans, but we spend a lot of time indoors, of course, in the offices, at homes, but are there any solutions that could be used for that?
I can tell my opinion and experience, because in general I feel that I think that light is very subjective. I mean, every person might have different opinion on different intensity spectrum and so on. We in our office in Riga, we have this technology which is sort of like mimicking natural light, and we use it. It works. People like. My personal opinion that in generally I think that you can't mimic, because anyway it's different. You know, it's the sun is something which creates so much different scenarios, and you can't mimic everything. The bad thing is that you know, we have sun months. For example, you in Riga have more sunny hours, but in Vilnius in 2004 we had 6 hours per month with sun. So you don't have what to let in, actually. You can have many windows, but you don't have what to let in. So these technologies, which sort of like mimic, they are used, but from my experience, I feel that customers, they a little bit moved away from this, because not everybody actually even use it. They have implemented some years ago, I don't know, 2, 3, whatever, and when they just especially in bigger offices, let's say, and when we have received so many requests from different people that I want a little bit warmer and want to be cooler, and actually there was some big arguments in the teams, and when we just decided that, you know, take away this management, you know, so really it happens. So it's again always we touch this subjective point of view. Do you like it, or or you maybe don't like? And so technically and theoretically, how to say on the paper, you can mimic, but it's not the same. And also, even if you can mimic, it doesn't mean that everybody likes it and want to use. So this is just from my professional, what I noticed from many projects around.
Somebody else? Hmm?
Yeah, I think to add, I'm supporting that technologies are good, but I think it's quite strong to compete with the natural light. But even I agree that in our region we don't have a lot of direct sunlight and many kind of sunny days. But even when it's cloudy, I think every of us, with every opportunity, we need to step out and to get this daylight shower, let's call it. Yeah, so that would be the advice. But also in a building, it's even some in the areas in the part of the building when you don't have access to direct sunlight, even the window facing the north, it's still give a good feeling. Then it's also access to outside what you get, which also means a lot, I think, for your well-being, being inside the building. Yeah.
Okay. I think we are slowly wrapping up. I have still one final question to everybody. Is there somebody from the hall who is dying to ask something? Dying, of course.
Yeah, let's say I'm dying. Yeah, okay. Oh, there is one.
No?
Okay. Here,
Nine?
here. I have a question. Yeah, is there?
Go.
Yeah, could I?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay, I think I would like to refer again to the main topic of the conference, light matters. And I can assume that most of us really believe that that's the case. But I wonder whether the society as a whole really believe that light matters and fights for it, like fights for the right for the healthy light, for the access to light, and so on. I think there is still much work to do about that, about the awareness of the society, what is a right quality of the light, and what kind of right you have in that area. Yeah, when you are making, I don't know, decisions to buy a site, the building, the apartment, or you are like even buying a light bulb. I think there is a huge mission here to really make people aware that light matters. But yeah, that's not the question. I wonder what's your opinion about that? Yeah.
Thank you for the really great statement and direction. I would even like very short to answer, because that's for sure how the buildings are designed. It's designed for the people who use it. And I think that we need to remember, and there is a very good sentence what I like, that architects actually, they are, for our health, they are even more important sometimes than the doctors. So it really matters.
Well, the question is almost equal to the human right on beauty, isn't it? So it's almost the same, I think.
I can just mention some aspects of, rights for the light, or that's kind of, we get a little social issues there. But first, I think I would rather focus on our responsibility of a designer. well, one is the inside of the, let's say, building or built environment, and we talk about sunlight and how we use the sunlight to make our spaces livable, enjoyable, and again, it's I don't think there's some kind of mandatory right. First is the skill of a designer. That's one thing. Another is also the use, because some places you really don't want to have a light. You know, casinos are the one spaces where you don't have sunlight and no clocks. And there's also photographic darkroom. You don't want to have a window there. And but then some spaces you do want to have a light, because first you want to have this connection with outside. Then it's all about the skill and also the density of the built environment, because in some places you just simply cannot feasibly provide that ample light. You have to be kind of economical about how you use it, and also there's also aspect of environment. Like again, the kind of extreme example, if you go to like Middle East or Saudi Arabia, when you design, you rather be really skeptical about too much sunlight, because you're probably at about half an hour, you're going to be probably running out of that room because it's going to be too hot, Again, another extreme is if you go to, go to Svalbard, where you hardly have any direct light, so you actually want to enjoy every second of the sunlight, so we need to be sensitive as designers, and I don't think there's some kind of overarching right. Is that simply our sensibility as a human beings, how we use light inside, and also how we use light outside, because again, I just mentioned about illuminating the city, but then we also need to be sensible about light pollution, because again, overexposing, it has also the impact on environment, and of course it's also the waste of light. So we need to be skillful and very careful how we use the light, either sunlight as a resource that given us for free, or electrical, kind of artificial or electrical light, or it doesn't matter how you call it, how we use it to make our living spaces usable, because we tend to live now much longer than in ancient times. So we use the evening hours. So again, that's the skill of an architect.
I think we have reached the final question, and I would like to, for all of you to maybe reflect on the collaboration opportunities and how we cooperate within each other, because the goal of the panel was to bring together various persons from various fields, obviously, and so shortly, how do you see what is maybe missing, or what are the issues, or maybe you think that there are a lot of opportunities and you are doing the right thing and you have good examples how to actually engage with students, theorists, academia, professional practice, business, industry, etc. So that would be the last question.
So I will follow this lady told, if we fight for light, or we can formulate, do we love light? Yes, in general. And how we can be together more? It's very wide answer could be, so I will take only one spectrum, that we should have also more studies in universities, because we miss in all Baltic countries. We don't have this specialization, and we don't have professionals. We don't have enough professionals, and we as a companies, it's very hard to find people, and We have some people who came back from Denmark, from Sweden to work, and we finished over there master degrees only in lighting, and you feel it, and it's completely different level. And I'm really happy that we have this event dedicated to light. It was fantastic to listen to you, to keynote speakers, because it's another quality level which we are bringing. Light is undervalued in our countries, but it's not so much. We are on this path, so the collaboration starting from educational point of view, I mean from universities, should be there. Of course, who will teach? This is the question. So it's cost money, definitely. We need to invite lecturers, we need to, from abroad to create this society which can lead later on local or students from abroad. And industries are always interested to be in. I'm sure that not only we as lighting company, maybe you will tell the same, and the guy who was talking from Sweden, we are always looking for new ideas for people who can join our teams. And another part, architects, they pay attention for light. And for example, artificial light, it's more familiar how to work with it, but natural light, it's more complicated actually. And we need from both sides to have more involvement. But today it's already many people got inspiration, I'm sure. So.
Yeah, to sum up, I think it's the main the name of the conference, Light Matters. It's very strong, and what I think, like the how to make it even kind of bring it in another level. We need, I agree, like you say, the awareness about it, education. And when I say education, it's starting from of course, the universities, but also educating the society, educating professionals, but also educating even the users. Because I think when the users will understand the importance of let's say, having a daylight, let's say, in the building and what impact this make, I think it will also be a big driver. So only, and from my personal, but also the professional experience, we were really trying to do a lot to bring together both in industry professionals, but also in universities. I think also the SEBA, we have already for some years some great collaboration where we have also lectures for the students physically and online. And so with every opportunity, I think this investment in a young generation and educating them, it's very important. So yeah, that would be final.
My turn. Thank you. You brought up the question of collaboration, so I'll address that for a minute. My best collaborations are now with my students, as I'm not actively practicing. Maybe it's not collaborating. I actually use light to deflect my students' attention away from making funny shaped buildings. Right? I talk to my students about using their understanding of daylight, or to try to enhance their understanding of daylight, sun, skylight, shadow, to organize the very essence of architecture, to organize the buildings. I ask them to think about light when they think about circulation, when they think about materials, when they think about the character, the nature of materials, whether the materials are combined, assembled in a way to make shadows, whether they're combined to reflect light into another space, whether they should be shiny or dull, whether they should have some enhanced color or no color. And I ask them to look at materials in specific ways as to how they look in light. I asked them to look at how materials are oriented on the face of a building, whether they're going to get skylight, diffuse light all day, or whether they're going to get light from above, which means maybe you want to do horizontal things, or whether they're going to get light from the side. Maybe you want to do have vertical textures to create shadow and to watch the shadows move over the course of the day. In other words, I try to convince my students that architecture is not a funny shape contest, and I use light to do that.
Yeah, and let's keep on using our intelligence to the best we can, you know.
Sorry, another long answer, but two conclusions. We have a market which really has a space for good lighting designers, and when I mean lighting designers, is not the light bulbs, is the light. And I think there's something missing in the market, because what I see from kind of my standpoint, that something what I experienced in the past in other places, that there was a lighting designer who actually came up with the concept, how we illuminate, and then came, okay, the light bulb was the technical solution to that. So I think we have definitely a space in this market for that. That's one. Second thing, if we talk about architectural lighting, that's the cheapest way to make spaces and buildings look nice, to illuminate them. Very cost effective, very effective, and I wonder why don't we use it more often?
For me now, looking back at the study process and after today's discussion, I do see that I was missing the understanding of how to tame this light. Like, for example, we were designing, and the tutors were commenting, and they were saying how the light moves. But during the process, it was never like a physical understanding of how light and shadow, how they are part of the structure, actually. So, of course, there's 3D modeling where you can see how the sun moves, but I would like to have more of this physical modeling and concentrating towards this taming the light, how you, as a young designer who is shaping your mind towards thinking the planning, how you from the beginning take into consideration, I will repeat, taming the light, how you move it around space. That's what I was missing.
Okay, I think that's a wrap. Thank you to the guests. Very appreciate that you have been here. Thank you to the organizers, Riseba, FAD. As I said, I hope for the bigger stage next year. And I think we are now today a bit more, how to say, enlightened and better equipped to move forward, expand our cooperations, look for new knowledge. And I have to say that here in Baltics, we are very much looking for the summer. And I can probably speak not only for myself, but also for others, that there were already lots of love for light, and this event maybe even developed even more love for light. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful spring, and see you next year.